An old soldier named William Neville sat his horse at the edge of a Yorkshire plateau and paid attention to the snow. It was Palm Sunday, 1461, somewhere around 9 or 10 in the morning. He was a small man, somewhere past 50, with a lifetime of French wars behind him, and the men around him called him Lord Fauconberg. Ahead of him, across a shallow dip in the ground, stood the largest army ever assembled on English soil, and it wanted him dead. The snow was coming down hard, and the wind was driving it from the south, out of his own ranks and straight into the faces of the enemy. Fauconberg watched the direction of it, did some quiet thinking, and gave an order about arrows. Before the sun went down, that order and everything that followed it had produced what one letter written 9 days later called 28,000 dead men on one field, in one day, in a country whose entire population might have been 3 million people. We are going to spend a long time on that field today, and on 4 others like it, and I will warn you now, this is one of the darker episodes we have ever done. 5 battles across 800 years, from a snowstorm in Yorkshire to a dust storm in Syria, from a Hungarian marsh full of drowning knights to a morning in Bulgaria, where prisoners were roped together in 3s and 4s and marched, naked, toward a man holding a sword. None of these are pleasant. All of them are true, or as close to true as chronicles written by frightened, grieving, sometimes boastful people can get, and where the record argues with itself, I will tell you, and you can weigh it yourself. Before the first arrow goes up, a quick hello. Welcome everyone. If this is your first time here, glad you found us, and if you are a regular, you already know how this goes. Do me a small favor and tell me in the comments where you are listening from. I ask every time, and I mean it every time, because scrolling through those answers is the best part of upload day. A huge thank you, as always, to the Patreon supporters and the YouTube members. If you would like to join them, the links to support the channel are down in the description and in the pinned comment. That is the whole sales pitch. Back to the snow. England in 1461 was a country that had been coming apart for a generation, and the man at the centre of the collapse never asked for any of it. Henry VI became King of England at 9 months old, when his father, the famous warrior Henry V, died of dysentery in France. A baby on the throne is survivable if the baby grows into a strong man. Henry did not. He grew into someone gentle, deeply religious, easily managed, and, in the summer of 1453, something in him gave way entirely. He fell into a state the doctors of the time had no name for. He stopped speaking. He stopped responding. He could not walk unaided, could not hold up his own head at times, and when his wife, Margaret of Anjou, brought their newborn son to him and placed the child in front of him, hoping for a blessing, Henry looked at the baby once and then looked away. He said nothing. For about 1.5 years he stayed like that. A breathing absence at the center of the kingdom, and when he finally surfaced, he had no memory of any of it. He was told he had a son, and reacted with astonishment. While the king was gone, someone had to run England, and the man who took the job was Richard, Duke of York, the richest nobleman in the country, and, by some readings of the family tree, a man with a better claim to the throne than Henry himself. Margaret of Anjou watched him take power and understood exactly what he might do with it, and from that point on the Queen and the Duke were locked in something that started as court rivalry and ended in war. The first blood came in 1455 at St Albans, a short, vicious street fight where York's faction killed several of the Queen's leading men in the lanes around the market square. One of the dead was the head of the Percy family, and one was the head of the Clifford family, and I want you to hold on to that second name, because the sons of the men killed at St Albans spent the next 6 years planning what they would do when they caught the sons of the men who killed them. For a while, everyone pretended it could be patched. In 1458, King Henry staged a great public reconciliation in London, remembered as the Love Day, and the choreography of it measures how deep the wound already ran. On the Feast of the Annunciation, the whole feuding nobility processed to St. Paul's hand in hand, enemy paired with enemy, the young Duke of Somerset, whose father had been killed at St. Albans, walking beside old Salisbury, whose men had done some of the killing, and behind them the Queen herself, hand in hand with the Duke of York, the man she believed wanted her son's crown, both of them smiling for the crowd. The Yorkists agreed to pay blood money to the heirs of the St. Albans dead and endow masses for their souls, and the bells rang, and every lord in that procession had come to London with hundreds of armed retainers lodged within call, and the city had put thousands of watchmen on the streets, in case the reconciliation broke out into fighting on the way to the cathedral. Within 18 months, the pageant was ash. In the autumn of 1459, the armies were out again, and at Ludford Bridge near Ludlow, the Yorkist leadership suffered the humiliation that set up everything after, when the best professional soldiers in their army, the Calais garrison under Andrew Trollope, went over to the king in the night, taking the Yorkist battle plans with them. York, Salisbury, Warwick and young Edward abandoned their own army in the dark and fled the country, York to Ireland, the others to Calais, and their leaderless men knelt in the road at dawn and were pardoned. And the royal army then sacked Ludlow anyway, drinking the town dry and stripping it, the sources say, to the bare walls, with York's own Duchess and her 2 youngest boys reportedly left standing at the market cross while it happened. One of those boys was the future Richard III. A parliament at Coventry, remembered by the losers as the Parliament of Devils, attainted the exiles wholesale, and from that point the argument had no legal exit left. Attainder meant civil death, lands gone and blood corrupted and heirs disinherited, and a lord attainted had nothing left to lose by war and nothing to gain by peace, a legal condition that would keep manufacturing armies for 30 years. The exiles came back in June 1460 with an army. In the summer of 1460, the Yorkists captured King Henry himself at Northampton in a battle fought in pouring rain, where part of the royal defences simply switched sides and let the enemy in. With the king in hand, the Duke of York walked into Parliament that October and did something that shocked even his own supporters. He put his hand on the empty throne. He claimed it. The Lords would not go quite that far, so a compromise was hammered out, the Act of Accord, and it said Henry could stay king for his lifetime, but the crown would then pass to York and his heirs. Henry's own son, the little boy he had once failed to recognize, was disinherited at 7 years old with the stroke of a pen. Margaret of Anjou was in the north when she heard, and her answer was an army. Whatever else gets said about her, and her enemies said everything, she fought for that child with a persistence that frightened grown soldiers. Through the last weeks of 1460, she gathered the northern lords, the Percys and the Cliffords and the rest, men with dead fathers and long lists. The Duke of York marched north to deal with her in December, badly outnumbered, and shut himself up in his castle at Sandal near Wakefield for Christmas. On the 30th of December, for reasons nobody has ever fully explained, he came out. Maybe a foraging party got ambushed and he rode to save it. Maybe he was tricked by soldiers wearing friendly colours. Maybe pride. His army was surrounded in the open fields below the castle, one chronicler said, like a fish in a net, and destroyed. York died fighting, or was captured and mocked and then killed, depending on which account you trust. His second son Edmund, Earl of Rutland, 17 years old, got as far as the bridge in Wakefield before Lord Clifford caught him. The boy's tutor begged for his life. Clifford, whose own father had died under Yorkist blades at St. Albans, is given a line in the chronicle tradition at that moment: "Thy father slew mine, and so will I do thee," and he put his dagger into the boy. Then the victors did something with the bodies. They cut off the Duke of York's head, and his son's, and the head of his brother-in-law Salisbury, who had been dragged out and beheaded by a mob the next day, and they carried the heads to the city of York and spiked them on Micklegate Bar, the great southern gate. On the Duke's head, someone fixed a paper crown, so that everyone passing under could enjoy the joke. Look, the King of England. Word of it reached York's eldest son, Edward, in the Welsh borders. Edward, Earl of March, was 18 years old and built on a scale nobody in England had seen in a king's family for a long time. When his coffin was opened centuries later, the skeleton inside measured 6 feet 3 3/4 inches. Contemporaries kept mentioning it. Philippe de Comines, who met him, wrote that he was an impressive sight in armour, unusually tall, and by every account he was also handsome, charming when he wanted to be, lazy in peacetime, and, when it came to actual battle, one of the most dangerous men of the entire century. He never lost a fight he commanded, not once, his whole life. On the 2nd or 3rd of February 1461, before his enemies in the west could join the Queen, Edward brought them to battle at Mortimer's Cross in Herefordshire. And that morning something strange happened in the sky. 3 suns rose. It is an atmospheric effect, ice crystals bending light, a parhelion. But nobody on that frozen field at dawn had a word for it, and armies have broken and run from less. Edward's soldiers began to panic, and the 18-year-old rode out in front of them and told them it was a sign of the Holy Trinity, 3 sons for the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and that God was with them, and they believed him, and they won. He took the sun in splendour as his personal badge afterward. One of the captured Lancastrians was Owen Tudor, an old Welsh gentleman who had once, remarkably, married the widow of Henry V, and whose grandson would one day be Henry VII. Owen was led into the marketplace at Hereford to be beheaded. And as the story is told, he did not believe it was really going to happen until they tore the collar off his red doublet. He said something to the effect that the head that would lie on the block had been used to lie in a queen's lap, and then it was done. And afterward, the chronicle says, a madwoman came out of the crowd, and she combed the hair of the severed head, and washed the blood from its face, and set it on the top step of the market cross with more than 100 lit candles around it. Nobody stopped her. That detail has stayed with me longer than most of the battle itself. While Edward was winning in the west, the Queen's northern army was rolling south toward London, and it fed itself by stripping the country it passed through 30 miles wide. The towns of the Midlands emptied of grain and plate and anything portable, and the panic ran ahead of it. At St. Albans, on the 17th of February, that army beat the Earl of Warwick and recaptured King Henry, who had been brought along as a kind of luggage and was found, one account claims, sitting under a tree, laughing and singing while men died around him. 2 Yorkist knights, Lord Bonville and Sir Thomas Kyriel, had stayed with the helpless king to protect him from harm on a promise of safety. Margaret had them tried anyway, the next morning, and the chronicle account of that trial is one of those small scenes that show what 6 years of this war had done to people. She sat her son beside her, Edward of Westminster, 7 years old, the disinherited prince, and she asked the child, fair son, what deaths shall these 2 knights die? And the boy answered that their heads should be cut off. A watching soldier is supposed to have muttered that God would destroy those who taught a child such words. The heads came off. London shut its gates to the Queen. Her army's reputation had marched ahead of her, and the city fathers, weighing a starving northern host against the tall young man coming up from the west with an intact army, chose the young man. Edward entered London at the end of February to cheering crowds, and on the 4th of March 1461, in a carefully staged ceremony at Westminster, he was proclaimed King Edward IV. He was not crowned. He refused the coronation itself on the grounds that he had a piece of work to finish first. England now had 2 kings, one of them a gentle, broken man being carried north in the Queen's baggage, and the other an 18-year-old giant assembling the largest army of the age, and everyone understood that the argument would be settled the old way. Edward issued his summons, gathered perhaps 20 or 30,000 men as he moved, and marched north up the old road toward York, where the paper-crowned head of his father was still rotting on the gate. The 2 armies collided for the first time on the 28th of March at the crossing of the River Aire at Ferrybridge, and it went badly for Edward before it went well. His advance guard under Lord Fitzwalter had seized the broken bridge and started repairing it, and at dawn a Lancastrian flying column came out of the mist and caught them asleep. Fitzwalter stumbled out of his lodging with a poleaxe in his hand, thinking his own men were brawling, and was cut down in his shirt. The man who planned that dawn attack was Lord Clifford, the same Clifford who had put his dagger into the 17-year-old Edmund of Rutland on Wakefield Bridge, and the Yorkist army had a private name for him by now: the Butcher. Warwick the Kingmaker took an arrow in the leg in the confused fighting at the bridge, and the story goes that when morale wavered, He killed his own horse in front of the army and swore he would fight on foot with the common soldiers and live or die with them. Whatever actually happened at the bridge, Edward's response was the practical one. He sent Falkenberg with mounted men 4 miles upstream to the ford at Castleford, and they crossed, and suddenly Clifford's little force was about to be trapped with a river at its back. Clifford ran for the main Lancastrian army, and he very nearly made it. In a shallow valley called Dintingdale, barely 2 miles short of safety, the pursuers caught him. He had taken off his gorget, the steel collar that protects the throat, maybe because of the heat of hard riding, maybe to drink, and an arrow went into the exposed gap and through his neck. He died in the road at 25, 6 years after his father died at St. Albans, 3 months after he knifed a teenager on a bridge. His men, a local force called the Flower of Craven, were hunted through that valley and largely wiped out. The main Lancastrian army stood in battle order a couple of miles away on the high ground and, for reasons that have been argued about ever since, did not come to save him. That night, the last night of thousands of lives, the 2 armies camped within a few miles of each other in open country, in freezing rain and snow, with almost nothing to eat. The supply wagons were behind. The villages had been picked clean, and men lay on the ground in wet wool and rusting harness, waiting for a fight that everyone understood would be different from the fights before. The word had already gone through both hosts. No quarter. The order is reported on both sides, asked and given, and you can see the logic of it from either camp. Too many fathers were dead. Too many truces had been sworn on the Gospels and broken within the year. This time nobody would be spared for ransom, nobody would kneel and hand over his sword and ride home. Kill everyone who runs, kill everyone who yields. Palm Sunday morning came up grey and bitterly cold, with the wind rising out of the south, and the 2 largest armies England had ever produced walked toward each other through the snow. The numbers are the first fight historians have about Towton, so I will give you the honest version. The chroniclers and a letter from the new king himself talk about hosts adding up to somewhere north of 100,000 men on the 2 sides. Almost nobody today accepts figures that size. Modern reconstructions tend to land somewhere between 50 and 65,000 combatants total. Lancastrians somewhat the larger, maybe 5 men in every 100 of the entire English population standing on one Yorkshire plateau. Even the lowest serious estimates make it the biggest battle ever fought in England. 28 peers of the realm were there in person, 3/4 of the surviving adult nobility, and behind them the retinues and levies of nearly every county, so that when the death lists were compiled afterward, hardly a parish in England did not owe a name to that field. The Lancastrians had chosen good ground, a plateau between the villages of Towton and Saxton, with the land falling away steeply on their right into the valley of a swollen little stream called the Cockbeck. Their commander was the Duke of Somerset, 24 years old, son of another man killed at St. Albans. King Henry was not on the field. He was 10 miles away in York with Margaret and the Prince, reportedly begging that no blood be shed on Palm Sunday, and being ignored. Scale blurs men into abstraction, and these tens of thousands were particular people from particular places. A 15th century English army was raised by two overlapping machines, the indentured retinues of the lords, professional or semi-professional men wearing their master's badge, the bare and ragged staff of Warwick, the White Lion of Norfolk, and the commissions of array, under whose authority every county mustered its able-bodied men between 16 and 60, and sent a levy of them to war with whatever gear the parish could produce. A village sent its men together under the local gentlemen beside the neighbours they farmed with, and that ordinary administrative fact is what gave Towton its particular cruelty, since when a banner had a catastrophic hour, the young men of a cluster of parishes died in it together, and both systems had been running at full stretch on both sides, so that the field held brothers under different badges, tenants facing their landlords' rivals, men who had drunk at the same fairs. It was also the eve of Palm Sunday, deep in Lent, and the armies were Christian ones. Priests moved through both camps in the falling snow that Saturday night, doing what priests did before battle, hearing what confessions they could and pronouncing absolution over kneeling crowds, preparing men for a death that the no-quarter order had made likelier than usual, and the following morning, in every church in England beyond that plateau, congregations carried palms and sang the entry into Jerusalem, while the largest gathering of Englishmen in the country's history stood in a blizzard waiting to be told to kill each other. Most of them, on both sides, had also eaten little or nothing for a day and more. Lent, failed supply lines and a stripped countryside had seen to that, and hunger does its own quiet work on what men are willing to do. Falkenberg's moment came at the start, and it is one of the coldest pieces of professional judgment in English military history. The snow was blowing from behind the Yorkist line into the Lancastrian faces. Falkenberg walked his archers forward, thousands of them, and had every man loose one arrow, a single massed volley riding the wind, which carried it maybe 40 or 60 paces farther than an arrow had any right to go. It fell into the packed Lancastrian ranks and killed and maimed men by the hundred. Then he pulled his archers back several paces and told them to stand. The Lancastrian archers, stung, half blind in the driving snow, answered with everything they had, sheaf after sheaf, thousands upon thousands of shafts, and every one of them dropped short into empty ground, because they were shooting into the wind at an enemy who had quietly stepped out of range. When their arrow bags were empty, Falkenberg moved his men forward again, onto ground now bristling with spent Lancastrian arrows sticking up out of the snow, and his archers pulled those arrows out of the earth and shot them back at their owners. The chronicler, Edward Hall, says they left some standing deliberately, so the shafts would stab and trip the Lancastrians when they finally charged. Men in the Lancastrian line were dying by the score to their own arrows, and they could barely see who was killing them. Somerset had one sane choice, and he took it. Standing under that kind of punishment was suicide, so the whole Lancastrian army came down off its ridge and attacked, and the battle became the thing Towton is remembered for, which was not archery or manoeuvre, but a single continuous melee of tens of thousands of men that lasted, by the accounts, somewhere between 3 hours and most of the daylight. Some chronicles say 10 hours, even allowing for exhaustion, rotation, pauses. That is a span of killing with no parallel in English history. The front line of that was 2 walls of men in steel, pressed together by the weight of thousands shoving from behind, swinging poleaxes and bills and iron-headed mauls at a distance where you could smell the breath of the man you were killing. The snow kept falling. It stopped and started. The wind swirled it, and men fought half-blind in a white murk, in a crowd so dense the wounded could not fall down. Accounts of the battle describe the dead heaping up between the lines until the living could not reach each other over the piles, and the fighting pausing in places by something like mutual consent, while men dragged the corpses aside to clear lanes, and then it started up over the bodies. Edward IV fought on foot in the thick of it for hours, visible over the press because of his height, and everywhere the lines sagged, he came wading in with his household men, 18 years old, killing with his own hands, shouting that he lived, and the day was not lost. On the other side, men fought under Somerset and under old Lord Dacre and under the Percy banner, and they were winning, slowly. Sheer weight of numbers was bending the Yorkist line backward, step by step, off the plateau. By early afternoon, Edward's army was dying where it stood, and the whole future of England had narrowed down to whether a road from the south stayed empty or not. Stay down at eye level in that melee for a moment. The length of it is the part modern reconstructions struggle with most. A man fighting in full harness, swinging a 5-foot poleaxe, generates heat like a furnace, snow or no snow, and controlled experiments with fit reenactors in accurate armor find that a few minutes of real exertion brings most people near collapse. Nobody swung steadily for 10 hours. What the sources describe, decoded through that, is a rolling system of murder with a rhythm to it, front ranks fighting themselves empty in minutes, being dragged or shoving themselves backward through the press to gasp and vomit and drink whatever was passed to them, fresh men squeezing forward into the gap hour upon hour so that a soldier at Towton might surface and go under and surface in that tide several times across the day, each turn at the front a lottery. Vision through a visor slit was a strip of struggling metal a few feet wide. Hearing was gone, replaced by a din men afterward could not describe. Footing was frozen mud being churned with blood and bowels into a paste over the dead, and the sources single out one horror of crowded battles that the Towton accounts share with several others. That men pulled down in the press did not need a wound to die, since the crowd closed over them and they suffocated under the weight of the living and the dead together, drowned in bodies. Add the specific cruelty that many on that field knew each other. This was a civil war, county against county, and cousin against cousin. And men in the opposing line had traded horses and married sisters, and stood godfather to each other's children in the years when the roses were only badges, and now they were beating each other's helmets in with hammers, on a Sunday, in the snow, in the middle of Lent. It did not stay empty. The Duke of Norfolk had been ill, some say dying, and his division had lagged a day behind the army, and through that Palm Sunday morning it had been force marching up the old London road toward the sound of the fighting. Sometime after midday, Norfolk's men came up the road, fell in on the Yorkist right, and struck the Lancastrian left flank at an angle, fresh troops against men who had been fighting since morning. It was not sudden. Battles this size do not turn like a switch. For maybe another hour or two the Lancastrians bent and reinforced and bent further, and somewhere in the failing light of late afternoon the bending became breaking, and the breaking became the worst part of the entire day, and I mean that literally. Most of the dying at Towton happened after the battle was decided. The Lancastrian army came apart from the left, and tens of thousands of exhausted men turned and ran, and behind them came the horsemen. The Yorkists had kept mounted reserves for exactly this moment, and the no-quarter order was in force, and what followed was hours of mounted men riding down foot soldiers across miles of countryside. Fleeing men tore off their helmets to see and breathe, and unlaced their armor and threw it away to run faster, and so they died bareheaded and unprotected, split from behind at the base of the skull, which, and hold this thought, is exactly what the archaeology would find 500 years later. The steep slope down to the Cockbeck on the Lancastrian right funneled thousands of them into a killing ground that has been called the Bloody Meadow ever since, and it earned the name that afternoon. The beck itself, normally a stream you could wade, was running high with snowmelt, its banks steep and slick, and men in soaked clothing and half-shed armor went into that freezing water in crowds, with other crowds shoving in on top of them. The ones who could not swim drowned. The ones who could swim were drowned by the ones who could not, dragged under by grasping hands. Chroniclers on both sides repeat the same image, that the dead piled up in the water until the beck was bridged with bodies, and the living crossed over the backs and faces of the dead, some of the drowned and the not quite drowned, packed so tight they held each other upright in the current. The water ran red. That is not poetry, that is the claim, repeated in multiple sources, that the Cockbeck and then the River Wharfe, miles downstream, ran discoloured with blood, and whatever allowance you make for medieval rhetoric, thousands of opened bodies had gone into a small watercourse in a single afternoon. The bridge over the wharf at Tadcaster, the main escape route toward York, had reportedly been broken down, some say by the Lancastrians themselves days earlier to block Edward's advance, and so the army that had wrecked its own road home arrived at a deep, cold river with cavalry behind it. More drowning, more of the same. The pursuit ran on practically to the gates of York, 10 miles and more from the field, and the roads were littered the whole way. William Gregory, a London chronicler, recorded that 42 captured Lancastrian knights were executed after the battle, so the no-quarter order was policy rather than battlefield frenzy. The Earl of Devon, too sick to flee, was taken in York and beheaded. The Earl of Wiltshire, who had a well-earned reputation for escaping battles, escaped this one too, and was caught weeks later at Cockermouth and beheaded at Newcastle, his head sent south to join the display. And on Micklegate Bar in York, Edward finally took down what was left of his father's head and his brother's, and put Lancastrian heads up on the spikes instead. Somewhere on the field, old Lord Dacre died in a strangely quiet way, if the local tradition is right. The story handed down around Towton says that in a lull he took off his helmet or his gorget to drink, and a boy hidden in a bur tree, whose father Dacre had killed, shot him through the throat. He was buried in Saxton churchyard, and here the tradition gets stranger and then, unusually, gets some support, because his tomb is there to this day. And when the ground near it was disturbed in the 19th century, diggers reportedly found the skeleton of a horse, buried upright. The local rhyme had always said the Lord was buried sitting on his horse. Make of that what you like. I find I believe the arrow and the tree less than I believe the horse, and I could not fully tell you why. Now the Count. George Neville was the Bishop of Exeter, the Chancellor of England, and the brother of Warwick the Kingmaker, and 9 days after the battle he sat down and wrote a letter describing it. And he put the number of dead at 28,000, and he said the figure came from the heralds, whose grim professional duty was to tour battlefields and count. Edward IV used the same number in a letter to his own mother. Jean de Warin, a Burgundian chronicler who talked to men who had been there, wrote 36,000. Other accounts scatter between 20 and 38,000. Modern historians, working from what armies of that size could realistically have been, mostly bring the total down, some to around 10,000 dead, some to only a few thousand, others allowing that with the rout and the rivers and the executions the true figure could still run to 20,000. Nobody knows. What I keep noticing is that the 28,000 figure was not shouted in a tavern. It was written by the most senior administrator in England in a diplomatic letter, citing the men whose actual job was counting corpses 9 days after they had walked that field. Perhaps the heralds exaggerated, or counted everybody between Ferrybridge and York, or simply could not count a disaster that size. Perhaps they counted correctly. Either way, England had never seen anything like it, and never would. The accounting went on for years, in parchment and in parish life. Edward's first Parliament passed a great Act of Attainder against the defeated, over 150 names, 14 peers among them, their titles extinguished and their lands forfeit at a stroke, one of the largest single confiscations in English history, and behind every name on that roll was a family suddenly landless, a widow negotiating for her dower, sons who would spend decades scheming to get back what a snowstorm had taken. The great northern house of Percy was nearly erased, its earl dead on the field at Towton, joining the father killed at St. Albans, and the brothers lost at earlier fights, 4 Percys dead in 6 years of this war, and their ancient rival Neville family briefly owned the north as a result. Then work your way down from the peerage and think about the parishes. A country of 2 or 3 million had lost, take even a middle estimate, upward of 1 man in every 100 in a single day, concentrated among males of fighting age, and the losses were not spread evenly, since men fought beside their neighbours under their local lord, so that a bad hour for 1 banner could empty the young men out of a cluster of villages together. Wills, marriages, and land disputes in the Northern archives for years afterward carry the fingerprints, phrases about husbands slain at Palm Sunday Field, about heirs dead at York Feld, the war entering the paperwork of ordinary life the way it had entered the soil. and one late footnote catches how the memory sat even with the winner's family. 2 decades on, King Richard III, Edward's youngest brother, who had been an 8-year-old child during the battle, paid to begin building a chantry chapel on the field itself, staffed with priests whose whole employment was to sing masses for the souls of the men killed there on both sides. He died at Bosworth before it was finished, and the half-built chapel crumbled away, and its stones are thought to be scattered through the older walls of the villages nearby, a prayer for the dead of Towton, abandoned mid-sentence, recycled into barns. News of the day travelled fast, and in writing, and some of that paperwork survives. Within weeks, accounts of the battle were circulating through the diplomatic and merchant networks of Europe, letters passing through Bruges to Italy. The papal legate's correspondence carrying the slaughter to Rome and Milan, and the figure of 28,000 dead rode along in them, repeated from newsletter to newsletter, until half the courts of the continent had marvelled at what the English had done to themselves in one snowstorm. On the field itself the work was slower. Burial parties laboured for days, and the pattern of what they did was recovered piecemeal over the following 5 centuries, since grave pits are known or reported at several points across the plateau and its edges, in the Bloody Meadow, near the roads, at the chapel site, at Towton Hall itself, and generations of ploughmen and antiquarians kept the memory honest by turning up what the pits held. Bones surfaced in the furrows so routinely that 18th and 19th century visitors treated the field as a place where you could pick up the war in your hands, and collectors carried off skulls with blade marks in them as curiosities for country house cabinets, one more indignity for men who had already been stripped naked and packed in trenches. Edward stayed in the north for weeks, settling the region, kept Easter at York, and the city that had watched his father's head rot on its gate now hosted the victor's court, with the new heads watching from the same spikes. He also paid what a king pays after such a day, endowing prayers and doles for the souls of the slain in the years that followed, the routine piety of a century that killed on Sunday and paid for masses on Monday. King Henry, Queen Margaret, and the 7-year-old prince fled York within hours and rode for Scotland, buying their refuge by handing over the border town of Berwick, and the Lancastrian cause in England was, for a decade, a corpse. Edward went back south and had his coronation at last in June, and ruled. The dead stayed where they were. Local accounts say the field could not be ploughed properly for years, and travellers reported the ground of the Bloody Meadow subsiding oddly where the burial pits were. Around Towton, a specific piece of folklore took root, and you can still chase it today. The Towton rose, a small white wild rose said to grow only on that field, its petals flecked with spots of red, and the country people said the roses were white for York and drank the red from the blood in the soil. Botanists will tell you it is a known variety. The people who lived beside those pits for 20 generations preferred their own explanation. For 535 years, that was the story of Towton, chronicle numbers and folklore, and a stone cross put up beside the road in 1929. Then, in the summer of 1996, builders digging the foundations for an extension at Towton Hall, about a mile from the main battlefield, went through the floor of the past and into a pit full of men. The University of Bradford and the West Yorkshire archaeologists were called in, and what they excavated that August has become one of the most studied mass graves in the world. The pit was small, roughly 6 meters by 2, and shallow, only about half a meter deep, and into that space somebody in 1461 had packed the bodies of at least 43 men. 28 of them recovered as complete skeletons, lying head to toe, wedged and interleaved. One of them turned sideways across the others to make him fit. No coffins, no shrouds, no careful east-west Christian alignment. They had been stripped naked before burial, every buckle and lace worth stealing gone, and dropped in like cordwood by a burial party working fast in the cold. Years later, in 2003, the floor of the hall's dining room was lifted, and more of them were found underneath. People had been eating Sunday dinner over them for centuries. The bones talk, if you know how to listen, and the specialists at Bradford listened for years. The men in the pit were between about 16 and 50 years old. Some were tall, close to 6 feet, well-fed, heavily muscled. Several had the specific skeletal signature of the English war archer, arm and shoulder bones remodeled and asymmetrical from a lifetime of drawing 100-pound-plus longbows, a body literally bent around its weapon since boyhood. And many of them were veterans. Their skeletons carried old wounds, long-healed from earlier battles, blade scars on skulls and jaws that had knitted over years before Towton killed them. One man, catalogued as Towton 16 in his late 40s, had survived a sword cut across the jaw so severe it should probably have killed him, healed completely and gone back to war, and at Towton he took around 10 fresh wounds and did not survive those. The war outlived the battle by a decade, and the people we have followed mostly came to ends worth recording. The young Duke of Somerset, who had commanded on the plateau and escaped it, submitted to Edward, was forgiven, shared the new king's table and bedchamber for a strange interval, then broke faith, raised the north, and was beheaded after the fight at Hexham in 1464. King Henry spent years being smuggled between safe houses in the hills, and was finally taken in 1465 near a Lancashire crossing, betrayed, and brought to London with his legs bound by leather thongs to his stirrups, paraded through streets that had once cheered his coronation and lodged in the Tower. He got one more turn as king, a puppet restoration in 1470 engineered by Warwick, of all people, who had fallen out with Edward and changed sides, and it lasted 6 months. Edward came back, destroyed Warwick at Barnet, and then at Tewkesbury in May 1471 destroyed the last Lancastrian army. And Edward of Westminster, the boy who had pronounced death on 2 nights at 7, died there at 17, in the field or in the pursuit or, as later accounts insist, murdered after it. Within days, with Margaret a prisoner and her son dead, Henry VI died in the Tower on the very night Edward re-entered London, and the official account said he perished of pure displeasure and melancholy. When his remains were examined in 1910, the skull was found broken, with fair hair still attached to it, matted with what appeared to be blood. Margaret was ransomed to France years later, signed away everything, and died in 1482 in thin circumstances in Anjou, the woman who had commanded the largest army England ever saw, outliving her husband, her son, and her cause by a decade of managed poverty. Across the 28 measurable skulls, the team counted 113 separate wounds, 73 from blades, 28 from blunt weapons, 12 punctures from things like warhammer spikes and arrowheads. That averages out to 4 head wounds per man, and some men had far more than the average. The wounds concentrate on the head and face, and many of the blows had come from behind. And there are almost no defensive wounds on the forearms, and when you put those 3 facts together, you are no longer looking at a battle. You are looking at executions and at fleeing men being ridden down, helmets thrown away exactly as the chronicles describe, killed from behind at the base of the skull and then hit repeatedly after they were down. The blows go far beyond what was needed to kill. Faces were deliberately destroyed. And one individual has become, in the years since, the single most famous casualty of the Wars of the Roses, a man with no name, known only as Towton 25. He was 36 to 45 years old, an old soldier by the standards of the day, and the forensic team was able to reconstruct the sequence of his death blow by blow from the way the fractures overlap. 8 wounds to the head. The first 5 were blade cuts to the left side of his face and skull, delivered while he was upright and probably still fighting, and none of them killed him. Then somebody behind him swung a heavy blade horizontally into the back of his skull, and that one opened his head and drove a flap of bone into his brain, and he went down, and he may have been dead already when the final blow came. A cut delivered to his face from above with such force that it split it in half, through the teeth, through the jaw, leaving a groove in the bone that shows the blade came down while his head was lying on the ground. Whoever did that was not fighting anymore. That was a message or a fury delivered to a dead or dying man lying face up in the snow by someone who then moved on to the next one. In 2015, the remains from the pit were reburied in consecrated ground at Saxton Church, a few hundred yards from Lord Dacre and his upright horse, which means the men of Towton were finally given the Christian burial their own countrymen denied them 5.5 centuries late. England did that to itself over 1 crown, in 1 afternoon, in the snow. For the next field, we have to go a long way back and a long way east, 800 years earlier and about 2,500 miles, to the summer of 636, and a river gorge in Syria where 2 empires had bled each other white, and a third power neither of them took seriously was about to bury one of them. The men who died above the Yarmouk River did not fall into snowmelt. They fell into ravines, in the dark of a dust storm, in some places over 100 meters straight down. The world before Yarmouk had spent a generation destroying itself. Rome, in its Eastern Greek-speaking form, the empire we call Byzantine, and Persia under the Sassanid kings had fought each other on and off for centuries, but the war that began in 602 was different, a full quarter-century of mutual annihilation. The Persians took everything at first. They took Syria. In 614 they took Jerusalem itself, after a siege that ended in days of massacre, tens of thousands of Christians killed in the streets and churches by the chronicler's count, and they carried off the city's most sacred possession, the relic of the true cross, back to Persia as a trophy. They took Egypt, the breadbasket. Their armies stood on the Bosphorus looking across the water at Constantinople. And then the Emperor Heraclius, who had watched all this from a bankrupt capital, did something desperate and brilliant, stripped the churches of their gold to pay one last army, and led it personally out the back door, through Armenia, into the Persian heartland, and in 627, near the ruins of Nineveh, he broke the Persian army in a single enormous battle, and the Persian state fell into chaos behind it. In 630, Heraclius walked into Jerusalem on foot, carrying the recovered true cross on his own shoulders, and it must have felt like the vindication of an entire civilization. He was about 55, and he had maybe 6 good years left before everything he had saved was taken from him by people who had watched the whole war from the desert. Both empires came out of that war ruined in ways that mattered enormously for what came next. Treasuries empty, field armies gutted, frontier defenses unpaid. Heraclius, to save money, had cut off the subsidies Constantinople traditionally paid to the Christian Arab tribes of the Syrian border, the Ghassanids, who had served for generations as the empire's early warning system against anything coming out of Arabia. The plague was moving through the cities in waves, and Syria itself was religiously divided, its monophysite Christians treated as heretics by the Greek Church and periodically persecuted by their own government, so that when a new power arrived promising to tax them and otherwise leave their churches alone, more than a few of them would find the change bearable. All of that was tinder. The spark came out of the Arabian Peninsula, where something unprecedented had happened during the years the two empires were busy killing each other. The Prophet Muhammad had died in 632, and the tribal confederation he built had survived his death, put down its internal rebellions in a short, sharp series of campaigns, and emerged as a unified state with a large number of extremely hardened fighting men and a leadership that decided the momentum should be pointed outward. Within 2 years of the Prophet's death, columns of Arab horsemen and camel riders were probing into Persian Iraq and Byzantine Syria at the same time. The commander who matters here is Khalid ibn al-Walid, and he is one of those figures where the sources are so consistently in awe of him that even after you sand off the legend, a formidable core remains. He came from the Meccan aristocracy, and his first great victory was actually against the Muslims. At Uhud in 625, it was Khalid, commanding the Meccan cavalry, who saw the Muslim archers abandon their hill and swung his horsemen through the gap and turned the battle, nearly killing the Prophet himself. Then, a few years later, he converted, and the Prophet, who evidently knew talent when it had recently tried to kill him, gave him command and eventually a title, Saif Allah, the Sword of God. Khalid never lost a battle. Not before his conversion, not after it, not in Arabia, not in Iraq, not in Syria. Somewhere upward of 40 engagements depending on how you count, and by 634 he was campaigning on the Euphrates, when the order came to take his best troops across to reinforce the invasion of Syria. Between him and Syria lay a stretch of waterless desert that armies simply did not cross. And the story of how he crossed it is one of the grimmest pieces of logistics in ancient warfare. His guides knew a route with no wells for 5 or 6 days. So Khalid's men took a herd of camels, made the animals drink until they were bloated, and then bound their mouths so they could not eat and spoil the water in their stomachs. Each day of the crossing, they slaughtered a portion of the herd, cut the animals open, and drank the water out of their stomachs, sharing what remained with the horses. 5 days of that, drinking from the insides of butchered camels under a Syrian summer sun, and Khalid's column came out of the empty quarter behind the Byzantine defences, where nobody had bothered to watch, because nobody believed an army could come that way. What followed over the next 2 years was a rolling catastrophe for the empire. The Arab columns united, beat a Byzantine army at Ajnadain in 634 in a battle the sources describe as unusually bloody even by the standards of the age, and then settled down around Damascus, one of the oldest and richest cities anywhere, and starved and stormed it into surrender by 635. Emesa followed, and the whole of central Syria was suddenly paying its taxes to Medina instead of Constantinople. Heraclius, aging and increasingly unwell, sick with dropsy, and by some accounts with a crippling phobia of open water that would matter later, understood that raids had become conquest, and he responded the way a Roman emperor was supposed to respond. He assembled the whole strength of the East. Contingents were pulled from Armenia, from Anatolia, from the Balkans, from the remaining Arab allies, and concentrated at Antioch under an Armenian general named Vahan, with the imperial treasurer Theodore Tritherius attached to the command, partly to handle the pay chests and partly, one suspects, to watch Vahan, and with the Ghassanid king Jabala ibn al-Ayham, bringing thousands of Christian Arab horsemen who knew the country intimately. The plan was sensible, 5 columns converging, designed to catch the scattered Muslim forces in detail, retake Damascus, and push the whole movement back into the desert it came from. It nearly worked before a blow was struck, and the Muslim response speaks well for the discipline on that side. Rather than be caught in pieces, the Muslim commanders abandoned everything they had taken. They pulled out of Emesa, pulled out of Damascus, gave up 2 years of conquest in a matter of weeks, and concentrated everything on a plain southeast of the Sea of Galilee, near the gorge of the Yarmouk River, with the road home to Arabia open behind them and reinforcements trickling up it. One detail from that retreat has been repeated for 14 centuries, and whether it happened exactly this way or grew in the telling, it was being told within living memory of the events. The Muslim governors, on evacuating Damascus and Emesa, refunded the tax money. The jizya, the protection tax paid by the non-Muslim populations, had been collected on the promise of protection, and since the army could no longer protect the people who had paid it, the money was handed back. Whole city treasuries returned to the inhabitants on the way out the gate. That story travelled on its own legs, and the Syrian towns, who had spent generations being taxed by Constantinople for armies that robbed them anyway, drew their conclusions. At Yarmouk, the 2 armies faced each other for weeks before the killing started, camped on a plain that was, though only one side fully appreciated it, a natural trap. The plateau there is bounded by ravines. To the south, the gorge of the Yarmouk itself cuts down hundreds of feet. To the west runs a tributary canyon, the Wadi Ar-Rokad, with sides in places sheer, crossable at only a few points, the main one a bridge. An army standing on that plain with its back to those ravines has one good road out. And if the fighting ever pushes it west or south instead of east, the ground itself becomes a weapon pointed at it. Vahan's army made its camps with the ravines behind its right and rear. The Muslims stood opposite with the open Hauran plain and the road to Arabia behind them. Whatever the numbers were, and we will get to that argument, the geometry alone meant that a Byzantine defeat here would not be a defeat. It would be an extermination. About those numbers, the honest answer first. The early Arabic sources, al-Baladhuri and al-Tabari, writing 2 centuries later from earlier materials, put the imperial army at 200,000 or more and the Muslims at a fraction of that, and those figures do the theological work you would expect them to do. Byzantine tradition through theophanies talks of 80,000 with tens of thousands of allied Arabs besides. Modern scholars have fought about it for a century. Walter Kagi, one of the most careful historians of these campaigns, argues the whole imperial force may have been 15 to 20,000 men, with the Muslims about the same or slightly fewer. Others accept 40, 60, up to 100,000 on the imperial side, with the Muslims at 25 to 40,000. What almost everyone accepts is the shape of the thing, that the imperial army was the larger, that it was a patchwork, Greeks and Armenians and Christian Arabs who did not entirely trust each other, commanded by generals who actively disliked each other. Its soldiers muttering about pay, while across the plain stood a smaller force that had been fighting together for 4 years under commanders who had subordinated even their egos, because when the caliph's dispatch arrived organizing the command, the senior general Abu Ubaidah, a man famous for piety and humility, quietly handed battlefield control to Khalid, the best killer available, and took a supporting role in his own army. Armies that can do that tend to be dangerous out of proportion to their size. The battle, when it finally came in the middle of August 636, ran for 6 days, and almost nothing in medieval warfare runs for 6 days. Day 1 opened almost gently, in the old style, with champions riding out between the armies to fight single combats while 100,000 or so men watched. And the Muslim traditions preserve one story from that morning that I will pass along as they tell it. A senior Byzantine officer, called Jirja in the Arabic sources, George, rode out from the imperial line and asked to speak with Khalid, and the 2 men talked between the armies, and George asked him about his title, Sword of God, and about what his religion actually taught. And at the end of the conversation, in full view of both hosts, George turned his horse and rode to the Muslim side and converted on the spot. He was given a crash course in his new faith, prayed, by the tradition, only a single set of prayers as a Muslim, and then armed himself and spent the afternoon fighting against the army he had ridden out of that morning, and was killed before sunset. The sources on the other side do not mention him, and you may weigh that as you see fit. As a piece of psychological warfare, true or grown, the story was worth a regiment. Day 2 was when Vahan tried to end it, and very nearly did. At first light, While part of the Muslim army was at dawn prayers, the imperial infantry came forward all along the line, and on both wings the attack bit deep. The Muslim flanks buckled and broke, and thousands of fighting men streamed back toward their own camps, and what met them there has been remembered in Islamic tradition longer than almost anything else about the battle. The camps held the families. The Arab armies of the conquest traveled with their wives and children, and the women of that camp came out of the tents with tent poles and stones and met their own retreating men, screaming at them, striking their horses across the face, blocking the way, singing verses at them that promised, in effect, that men who ran from the enemy could expect nothing from their wives ever again. At the center of that line of furious women was one of the strangest figures of the century, Hind bint Utbah. 20 years earlier, Hind had been Islam's most famous enemy. Her father had been killed by the Muslims at Badr, and at Uhud she had paid a slave to hunt down the Prophet's uncle Hamza with a javelin, and when Hamza fell, Hind walked the battlefield, cut open his body, tore out his liver and chewed it, and by the tradition wore the ears and noses of dead Muslims strung as ornaments. That woman, decades later, converted, widowed by plague, somewhere past 50, stood at Yarmouk in front of fleeing Muslim soldiers swinging a tent pole and shouting them back into the line. At one point, beating the face of her own side's horses, crying out against the running men in verses that survive in several versions and flatter nobody. And it worked. That is the extraordinary part. Shamed by their own mothers and wives, the broken wings turned around, and Khalid's mobile reserve, a mass of picked cavalry he had held back for exactly this, hit the imperial breakthroughs one after the other and threw them back, first the right, then the left. Other women fought that day with weapons in hand, and the traditions name them. Khawla bint al-Azwar, cut down among the fighters and surviving. Asma bint Yazid, killing enemy soldiers with a tent pole. By nightfall the line stood where it had at dawn, and the ground in front of it did not. Days 3 and 4 were the grinding middle of the thing, and the 4th day was the worst of them, remembered in the Arabic tradition by a name that needs no explanation, the Day of Lost Eyes. Vahan pressed his attacks against the Muslim right and center, and the fighting collapsed into massed archery at murderous range, and the imperial archers, who were very good, shot the attacking Muslims full in the face. The tradition says 700 Muslims lost an eye or both eyes to arrows on that single day, among them Abu Sufyan, Hind's one-time husband, one of the grandest old men of Mecca, an arrow taking his eye. Somewhere in that fighting, a man named Ikrimah ibn Abi Jahl, son of the Prophet's bitterest dead enemy, a late convert with, you might say, family history to overwrite, gathered around 400 men and swore with them an oath of death, a pledge to fight without retreating until victory or the end. And they charged, and they were cut to pieces holding ground. Everyone else had given up, and the wounded Ikrimah was carried dying to the command tents. A famous story told of that evening has the dying men of the pledge passed a cup of water down the line, each refusing it in favor of the man beside him, so that it went from hand to hand and came back untouched to the first man who had died in the meantime. The chain of the story is late and loose. Armies do not preserve stories like that about days that did not hurt. Before the armies ever closed, they talked, and the Muslim tradition preserves the negotiations at length, with the caveat that the Byzantine side left no matching record. Envoys passed between the camps through the weeks of the standoff, and by the Arabic accounts, Vahan, or officers speaking for him, made the offer empires had always made to troublesome border peoples: money and plenty of it, gold, provisions, robes of honor for the commanders, on the simple condition that the Arabs take their winnings and go home to their desert. The reply attributed to Khalid, in one version delivered face-to-face at a parley between the lines, was the formula that would be repeated at 100 city gates over the next century. 3 choices and only 3. Accept Islam and be brothers, or keep your faith and pay the tax and be protected, or fight. To the men across the table it must have sounded like madness, a raiding chief refusing a fortune and offering, as an alternative, membership in his religion, and the fact that it did not sound like madness on the other side of the table was precisely the thing the empire had not yet understood about its new enemy. Whatever any individual soldier privately wanted, the movement across the table had stopped being for sale, and the talks failed, and both camps went back to waiting under the summer sun with the ravines at one army's back. One more claim comes down from those middle days, and it produced one of the more haunting images of the battle. Al-Baladhuri writes that the imperial soldiers, or some of them, chained themselves together, 10 men to a chain by some tellings, so that no one could set his hope on flight. Historians point out, fairly, that the same story gets told of Persian armies elsewhere, and may be a stock image, a way of calling your enemy both fanatical and doomed. Byzantine military manuals contain nothing of the sort. But keep the chains in mind, true or not, for what happens on the 6th day at the edge of the ravines, because the image is about to become horribly relevant either way. By the 5th day, both armies were staggering. 4 days of this had cost the imperial side its best assault troops and its momentum, and cost the Muslims blood they could far less afford. And on that 5th morning, envoys came across from Vahan's lines, asking for a truce, a pause of some days to talk. Some of the Muslim commanders wanted to take it. Their men were shot to pieces, half the army was carrying wounds, hundreds were newly blind. Khalid refused. His reasoning, as the sources reconstruct it, was pure cold reading. An enemy who attacks for 4 days and then asks to talk is an enemy whose men have stopped believing, and you do not give that enemy a week to rest and remember its numbers. He spent the quiet 5th day doing 2 things instead. He reorganized every cavalryman in the army, thousands of riders, into a single mast-mounted force under his own hand, stripped away from the infantry, 1 fist instead of 10 fingers, and after dark he sent a commander named Dirar ibn al-Azwar, brother of the tent-pole-fighting Kaula, with 500 riders on a wide circuit through the night, around behind the imperial army, to a bridge over the Wadi ar-Rukad. That bridge was the one good crossing of the western ravine, the main road out of the Byzantine position, the line of retreat for the whole imperial army. By dawn on the 6th day, Dirar held it, and the imperial army did not yet know that it was standing in a sealed room. The sixth day is the one history remembers, and the accounts agree on its essential horror while disagreeing about the weather, and the weather matters. Several traditions describe a wind out of the south rising through the day into a full dust storm, sand and grit driving north into the faces of the imperial troops. The same trick the snow played at Towton 8 centuries later, the sky browning out, visibility collapsing to yards. The modern soldier historian John Bagot Glubb, who spent decades commanding Arab troops in exactly that country and had personally sat through those storms, reconstructed the day around it, arguing that an imperial army fighting by trumpet call and shouted command in a wall of dust was helpless in a way a desert-raised army fighting in loose groups was not. Other historians leave the storm out and let discipline and geometry do the work. Either way, Khalid attacked with everything, and he did it with a plan of brutal simplicity. Hold the infantry line steady. Take that single-massed body of cavalry and destroy the imperial army's horse before dealing with its foot. It unfolded almost mechanically. The Muslim cavalry mass struck the imperial left-wing cavalry, drove it, struck again as it tried to reform, and here the fault lines in Vahan's patchwork army tore open, because the imperial cavalry, pressed hard and commanded by generals who did not trust each other, came apart and was herded clean off the battlefield to the north, riding out of the story and leaving the entire imperial infantry standing on the plain alone, on foot, in the blowing dust, with ravines on 2 sides and Dirar's 500 sitting on the bridge behind them. Then the Muslim horsemen turned around, and the infantry of the wings and center, Armenians and Greeks and Slavs who had fought bravely for 6 days, felt the cavalry come in on their flank and rear. At the same time, the infantry in front of them pushed in, and the imperial army began to compress. Thousands of men, then tens of thousands, pushed westward and southward across the plain by fighting they could barely see, packed tighter and tighter, the formations dissolving into a crowd, and a crowd that size develops a physics of its own. The men at the western edge of it could see what was coming. The men in the middle, shoving blindly away from the killing, could not, and so the crowd itself carried its own forward ranks backward over the lip of the ravines. At the level of one man, this is where Yarmouk stops being a battle diagram. You are an Armenian spearman, say, 6 days into the fighting, deafened, half blind with dust, and the pressure of thousands of bodies is walking you backward whether you will or not, and the ground under your heels ends. Behind you the Rukad drops away, in places sheer, in places a chaos of rock ledges, 30 meters, 60, in the worst places well over 100. The men going over first scream, and the men behind them cannot hear it or cannot stop, and rank after rank goes off the edge, some pushed, some jumping to escape the blades and taking their chances with the rocks, some, if there is anything at all behind the chain story, dragged over in linked clusters, one falling man plucking 9 others off the rim after him. The Arabic accounts describe the fleeing army pouring into the wadis in the darkness of the storm, and the bodies mounding at the foot of the cliffs, and the killing going on into the night, because there was nowhere to accept a surrender and no order to accept one. The bridge, The one exit was a plugged funnel with Dirar's men on it, and around it, the crush was worst of all. Some of the Imperial soldiers reportedly sat down where they stood, wrapped their cloaks over their heads, and waited for it, too exhausted after 6 days to run to a cliff edge or fight for a bridge, and were killed sitting. The camp behind the army, with its servants and its pay chests and its camp followers, was overrun in the dark the same night. Theodore Tritharius, the imperial treasurer, died somewhere in it. Vahan, the commander, was killed by most accounts, though a quieter tradition has him escaping the field and vanishing into a monastery in the Sinai to spend what remained of his life as a monk. And I confess I hope that one is true, not because he deserved it more than his men, but because somebody out of that command tent ought to have been left to lie awake over it. The long delay before the battle, which Vahan presumably intended as preparation, worked steadily against him, and modern reconstructions of those weeks make the point with some force. Time fed the Muslim side. The road to Arabia stood open behind their position, and down it, week after week, came reinforcements, small columns of fresh fighters riding up from Medina and the tribes, arriving in view of both armies, so that imperial soldiers watching from their lines saw their enemy visibly grow, and rumor, as it does, multiplied every arriving column. Time starved the imperial side of something less visible. An army of Armenians, Greeks, Slavs, and Christian Arabs camped idle for weeks in summer heat, with pay in arrears, and generals who answered to different patrons began to come apart along every seam it had. The sources and the modern historians who sift them describe quarrels between Vahan and the court officers attached to him, suspicion between the Greek regulars and the Armenian contingents, and a corrosive doubt about the Ghassanid Arabs, fellow Arabs of the enemy, whose loyalty the Greeks questioned precisely when they needed it most. Soldiers with nothing to do and no pay talk, and what they talked about, evidently, was whose fault the coming disaster would be. An army can be larger than its enemy and still be weaker every single morning it waits, and that was the army the truce feelers came from on the 5th day, and it was why Khalid, reading the request as a symptom, refused it. Counting the dead at Yarmouk is beyond anybody. The Arabic sources claim 70,000, 100,000, 120,000 imperial dead, numbers that exceed most modern estimates of the entire army. Sober modern reckonings run from perhaps 10,000 to 40 or 50,000 killed, against Muslim losses traditionally given at around 4,000, possibly several times that. The precise figure matters less than the completeness. The field army of the Roman East, the concentrated striking power of a 600-year-old superpower in that region, had ceased to exist in an afternoon and a night, and there was no second army behind it. Heraclius was at Antioch when the survivors and the news came in, and the old man who had once saved the empire from the Persians understood immediately that Syria could not be held, and he ordered the evacuation, and as he took ship out of the region, the sources give him a farewell that has been quoted for 14 centuries. "Peace unto thee, O Syria," he is supposed to have said, looking back at the coast, and what an excellent country this is for the enemy. Whether he said it or a chronicler said it for him, it was the truth. Damascus fell again, this time for good. Jerusalem held out under siege until 637 or 638, and then its patriarch Sophronius insisted on surrendering the city not to any general but to the caliph in person, and Umar ibn al-Khattab, ruler of the fastest growing empire on earth, travelled up from Medina to accept it wearing, the accounts insist, a patched and travel-filthy robe, sharing a single mount with his servant, taking turns walking. The contrast with the empire of silk he was replacing was, of course, the entire point, and the Jerusalem that had been massacred by the Persians 2 decades earlier surrendered on terms and was not sacked. Inside Jerusalem, through the 2 years of siege that preceded that surrender, the man carrying the city's grief was its patriarch, Sophronius, an old monk and a fine writer, and 2 of his sermons survive to let us hear what the end of Roman Jerusalem sounded like from the pulpit. Preaching at Christmas in 634 with Arab forces astride the roads, he had to tell his congregation that the annual procession to Bethlehem, a few miles away, could not go, that the birthplace of Christ was cut off from Christian Jerusalem by the swords on the road, and he compared his flock to Adam standing outside a paradise he could see and not enter. By the time of the surrender, the old man had watched the countryside stripped, the villages emptied, the refugees packed inside the walls, and the later Greek tradition, hostile and grieving, put in his mouth at the surrender itself as he watched the conqueror enter the holy places, the phrase about the abomination of desolation standing where it ought not, borrowed from the prophets and aimed across the new age. He negotiated hard for his people, secured the terms that kept the city unsacked and its churches open, and then, within a year or so of handing it over, he was dead. And the tradition says plainly that grief was the disease. His sermons survive because monks went on copying them for centuries in the very lands the surrender spared. 14 centuries of the city's history since have run one way and another through the deal that tired old man made. One man's afterlife out of that battle catches the whole colliding world in a single career. Jabala ibn al-Ayham was the last king of the Ghassanids, the Christian Arabs who had ridden for Byzantium at Yarmouk, thousands of his horsemen in the imperial line against their fellow Arabs across the field. And when the empire he had bet on evaporated, Jabala did the pragmatic thing, and by the widely told account, he converted to Islam and was received with honor, a king among the conquerors. The story that follows is preserved in the Arabic tradition with obvious relish, and even those historians who suspect it was improved in the telling agree it was being told early. The point it makes was one the early caliphate cared about enormously. On pilgrimage, or in the great mosque, a poor tribesman, a nobody, stepped on Jabala's robe or trod on his sandal, and the king of the Ghassanids turned and struck him across the face, as kings did. The man complained to the caliph, and Umar ruled, flatly, that the poor man was entitled to strike Jabala back, an equal blow for the blow, face for face, since in this new order a king's cheek and a beggar's cheek were worth the same. Jabala asked for time, and that night he and his retinue rode out of the caliphate and back to Byzantine territory, choosing exile and his old religion over a world where a nobody could hit him back, and he lived out his years in Anatolia, a kept guest of the emperor, and the poets put in his mouth verses of regret. An old man homesick for Syria, mourning that pride over one slap had cost him his country, his people, and, as he saw it by then, his soul. You can take the story as history or as the early caliphate's advertisement for itself. Either way, it was the empire's own former ally who made the sharpest recorded comment on what had actually been decided above those ravines, that the world where his crown meant something had gone over the cliff with the army. The aftermath kept its own grim ledger. 2 or 3 years after the battle, plague came up out of Egypt into the crowded garrisons of Syria, the plague of Emmaus, and killed by the traditional count 25,000 of the conquerors, including Abu Ubaidah himself, the mild commander who had handed his army to Khalid, and a whole generation of the Prophet's companions, so that many of the men who could not be killed by the largest army Rome could raise were finished by a bacterium within a decade. Khalid was not among them. His end was stranger. At the height of his fame, not long after Yarmouk, the Caliph Umar dismissed him, removed the most successful general alive from all command, officially over his handling of money and gifts, and by a widely repeated remark that the people should know victories came from God and not from Khalid. The sword of God went into retirement and died in his bed at Homs around 642, and the tradition preserves his deathbed complaint that he had sought martyrdom in 100 fights, that there was not a hand's span on his body without a scar from sword or spear or arrow, and here he was dying on his mattress like an old camel. "May the eyes of cowards never rest," he said and finished. His grave is in Homs today. His warhorse and his weapons were, they say, more or less the whole of his estate. Yarmouk redrew the map of the world in 6 days, and the map has never gone back. Syria, Palestine, and within a decade, Egypt and Persia entire passed to the caliphate, and the Mediterranean world split along a line that, with adjustments, is still there. All of that from a battle most people in the modern West have never heard of, fought above a river most could not find. 600 years after those cliffs filled with bodies and 2,000 miles to the north, another army was about to learn a related lesson beside another river about what happens when horsemen from the east catch a European kingdom sleeping behind water it trusts. The Hungarians in 1241 at least had warnings. They had years of warnings. That is one of the harder parts of the story. The thing coming toward Hungary in the 1230s was unlike anything Europe had faced, and it helps to be clear-eyed about what it actually was. The popular image of a shapeless barbarian horde gets it exactly backward. The Mongol Empire in that decade was the most organized military power on the planet. Genghis Khan had died in 1227, but the machine he built ran on without him, an army organized in strict decimal units of tens and hundreds and thousands, promoted on merit, drilled to maneuver by flag and whistle arrow signals in silence, every man riding with a string of spare horses, capable of covering distances in a week that European armies budgeted a season for. His son Ögedei ruled it from Karakorum, and in 1235 a great assembly of the princes decided on the next project, the conquest of everything to the west, and gave the campaign to 2 men. The figurehead was Batu, Genghis's grandson, prince of the westernmost part of the empire. The brain was Subutai, who planned most of what follows. He was around 60, the son of a blacksmith's family from nowhere, one of the men who had risen from nothing under Genghis, and by 1241 he had commanded in more countries than most Europeans could name, from Korea to Persia to the gates of the Crimea. He had grown so heavy in his old age that by some accounts he could no longer sit a horse easily and travelled the campaigns in an iron-framed wagon. From that wagon he was about to coordinate simultaneous offensives across a front of 600 miles, in winter, in enemy territory, with a precision European staffs would not match for centuries. The Western lands got their first taste in the winter campaigns of 1237 to 1240, when the Mongol army came across the frozen Volga and took apart the Russian principalities one by one. And I do say winter deliberately, since attacking Russia in December was not madness for them, but preference, frozen rivers being highways for cavalry. Ryazan was first, stormed after 5 days, and the Russian chronicle's account of what was left has a line that stands for the whole campaign, that no eye remained open to weep for the dead. Vladimir followed. Its grand prince's family burned in the cathedral where they had taken refuge. Kiev, the mother of Russian cities, one of the great capitals of Eastern Christendom, refused its summons and was stormed in December 1240, and we have a rare independent check on what that meant, since 6 years later a papal envoy named John of Plano Carpini passed through on his way to Mongolia and described the site. He counted barely 200 houses standing where a city of tens of thousands had been, and wrote that the fields around were still covered with the skulls and bones of the dead, years on, unburied, in numbers past counting. The people living in the ruins, he said, held themselves the most wretched alive. Heraclius is owed a final scene since we left him sailing away from Syria, and his ending belongs in any honest account of what Yarmouk cost. The emperor who had once campaigned across Persia, like a man half his age, went home to Constantinople, broken in body and increasingly in mind, and the fear of water that the sources mention took full hold of him, an emperor of a sea-girt capital who could not bear to cross the strait to his own city. He stayed on the Asian shore for a long while because of it. And when the crossing could no longer be avoided, his officials built him a bridge of boats across the Bosphorus and walled its sides so densely with cut branches and foliage that a man riding over it could see no water at all. And Heraclius crossed the sea pretending it was a garden lane, at walking pace, the conqueror of Khosrow hiding from the sight of waves. He had, at least, one grim piece of foresight to his credit, having ordered the true cross removed from Jerusalem to Constantinople before the city fell, so that the relic he had carried home on his own shoulders did not become a trophy twice. He died in February 641 of the dropsy that had tormented him for years, described unsparingly by the Byzantine writers, swollen and in pain, and his dynasty promptly tore itself apart over the succession, his widow ending mutilated and exiled within the year, her tongue slit by the winning faction, in the fine old style of Byzantine politics. He had reigned 31 years, saved the empire once, and lived precisely long enough to watch half of it walk away. Hungary knew all of this, and the knowing is what makes Mohi so much darker than a mere ambush. King Bela IV had better intelligence on the Mongols than any ruler in Europe, and he had it years in advance. A Hungarian Dominican friar named Julian had travelled east in the 1230s hunting for the old lost homeland of the Magyars on the Volga. Found it, found Hungarian speakers still living there, and then watched the Mongols arrive and erase them. He came home with detailed warnings, went east a second time, and came back in 1237 carrying something worse, an actual letter from Batu addressed to Bela. The letter, as Julian reported it, had the flat courtesy the Mongols used before annihilating people. Batu marveled that Bela had ignored 30 previous embassies. He noted that Bela had taken in the Cumans, whom Batu called his slaves, and he ordered them handed over, and he added a piece of practical advice with an unmistakable edge, that the Cumans, living in tents, might escape the Mongol wrath. But Bela's people, living in fixed houses and towns, could not. Cities do not run. That letter sat in Buda for 4 years while its promise rode closer. The Cumans in question were themselves a preview of the disaster. They were a steppe people, tens of thousands of tents worth. 40,000 families by the traditional count, who had fought the Mongols out on the grasslands, lost and fled west. And in 1239 their Khan, Kuthen, asked Bela for refuge, offering conversion to Christianity and the service of a mass of hardened light cavalry, exactly the troops you would want against Mongols. Bela took the deal and stood godfather at Kuthen's baptism. His barons hated it from the first day. The Cumans were nomads dropped into a settled kingdom. Their herds trampled Hungarian fields. There were thefts and feuds and killings on both sides. And the nobility, who already loathed Bela for clawing back royal lands and power their fathers had taken, now had a grievance with a face on it. A rumour began to move, poisonous and convenient, that the Cumans were not refugees at all, but a Mongol advance guard, wolves invited through the gate, and Kuthen went from honoured guest to hostage in all but name, kept close in Pest where the court could watch him. Hold that situation in your mind, an army of steppe cavalry sitting in the middle of Hungary, distrusted by the people sheltering it, while the actual Mongols approached, and watch how thoroughly it goes wrong. The storm broke in March 1241, and it broke with contemptuous speed. The main Mongol force came through the Vareka Pass in the Carpathians on the 12th of March, brushing aside the barricades of felled trees, and the small army of the Palatine, the kingdom's chief officer, who escaped the wreck of his command with a handful of riders and brought the news to Buda himself. 3 days later, 3 days, Mongol vanguard riders were burning the outskirts of Pest, in the center of the kingdom, having covered something like 180 miles of hostile country through late winter mud and snow, faster than the news of their coming could travel by any other means. Bela, to his credit, kept his head. He forbade his hotheads to chase the raiders, since he could smell the feigned retreat trap that had eaten so many armies, and he sent out the summons for a general muster, and the raiders meanwhile burned towns within sight of the walls, methodically, on a schedule, precisely to make Bela look like a coward in front of his own nobles. One of those hotheads, the Archbishop of Kalocsa, a fierce and rather magnificent churchman named Ugrin Chak, could not bear it, disobeyed and chased a Mongol raiding party with his armored retainers, and the raiders fled straight across a marsh they knew, and he did not. The heavy Hungarian horses went into the bog to their girths and stuck, and the Mongols turned around at their leisure and shot the trapped, floundering column to death at close range, with the archbishop watching. Ugrin got out with a few men. He would be given, in about 2 weeks, the chance to die angry. Then came the murder that gutted the kingdom's best hope. As panic built in Pest, the rumour about the Cumans caught fire, stoked, some sources say, by Duke Frederick of Austria, who had turned up with a small force and a large appetite for fishing in Hungarian troubles. A mob, townsmen and German mercenaries, and by some accounts Hungarian nobles too, stormed the palace where Kuthen and his household were kept. The Cuman Khan and his men fought back from the windows and doorways, killing attackers until the crowd broke in, and then the mob killed them all, and by more than one account the heads of Kuthen and his chiefs were thrown out of the palace into the street to the crowd below. Word ran south to the Cuman encampments faster than any apology could, and the Cuman host, tens of thousands of the finest light cavalry in Europe, the one force in the kingdom with hard-won experience of fighting Mongols, turned around and rode out of Hungary for the Balkans. And on the way out, they burned and killed everything Hungarian in their path, cutting up at least one column of levies that was marching to join Bela's army. So, in the same week, Hungary murdered its best allies, converted them into a second invading army, and handed the Mongols a gift they could not have scripted better themselves. The nobles who had whispered the rumour got to watch it become true in reverse. What help the wider Christian world sent while its eastern gate was being levered open can be inventoried quickly. It consisted of parchment. Bela wrote to the Pope, to the Emperor, to the princes of the West, laying out what Julian had reported and what the refugees confirmed, and the replies were warm, and the armies were not raised. Pope Gregory IX and the Emperor Frederick II were at that moment locked in their own generational war, Pope against Empire, hurling excommunications and armies at each other across Italy, and neither could spare more than sympathy for Hungary, and each found the Mongol emergency chiefly useful as a stick to beat the other with. A crusade against the Mongols was preached. Indulgences were granted. Some German lords took the cross with sincere intentions, and the muster dissolved into the Italian quarrel before it ever looked east. Frederick himself, after the catastrophe, wrote a long and genuinely intelligent circular letter to the courts of Europe, analyzing Mongol organization and tactics with an accuracy nobody had managed before, a document historians still mine, and its practical effect at the time was nil. Hungary would stand or fall with what Hungary could raise, and everyone involved, including Batu, whose spies were excellent, knew it. Bela marched east anyway, since the alternative was letting the raiders dictate everything, and his army, as it tramped out of Pest in early April, was genuinely formidable on paper. The estimates running from 25,000 up toward 50 or 60,000 armoured knights, the banners of the great churchmen, county levies, crossbowmen, and a contingent of Knights Templar under their master Rembold. His brother Koloman, Duke of Slavonia, an experienced soldier, commanded alongside him, and Ugrin rode with the army, and the Mongol screens gave way in front of them day after day, retiring east toward the river Sajo, burning as they went. And some of the Hungarians began to congratulate themselves that the enemy was afraid. A captured Mongol straggler, or by other accounts the pattern of the retreat itself, ought to have told them the truth, that they were not pushing the Mongols anywhere. They were being walked at exactly the pace their enemy chose onto ground their enemy had already picked. 2 days before the Hungarians reached their river, on the 9th of April, the northern half of the Mongol plan detonated in Poland, and the timing alone should chill you. Subutai had detached a corps under the princes Baidar and Kadan months earlier with one job: to burn a corridor across Poland and destroy any army that might come south to help Hungary. And on that 9th of April, near Legnica, it met the combined force of Duke Henry the Pious of Silesia, Polish knights, German settlers, miners with their tools, and a body of Templars, and wiped it out with the standard toolkit: feigned flight, encirclement, and by some accounts, smoke screens drifted across the field to cut the Polish divisions off from each other's sight. Duke Henry was run down in flight, pinned and beheaded, and the Mongols rode to the town of Legnica with his head on a lance and paraded it in front of the walls. One detail from Legnica has travelled down the centuries: that the Mongols, wanting account of the enemy dead for their reports, cut an ear from every corpse on the field and filled 9 large sacks, 9 sacks of ears. Their bookkeeping, like everything else, was in order. Henry's mother, or his wife, could identify his headless, stripped body afterward only by a physical peculiarity: 6 toes on 1 foot, and his tomb, opened centuries later, confirmed it. 2 days after that performance, and 400 miles away, the main army dealt with Hungary, and the fact that those 2 blows landed in the same week, coordinated across the whole width of the Carpathians by men communicating with riders and flags, gives the measure of what the kingdoms of Europe were actually up against. Bela's army reached the river Sajo, a modest tributary winding through marshy flatland toward the Tisa, near the little settlement of Mohi, and found the stone bridge intact and a Mongol force visible beyond the far bank, apparently declining battle, keeping to the woods and rough ground beyond the river. The Hungarians held the bridge with a strong guard and made camp on the open plain on their own side. And about that camp we have the testimony of a man who interviewed survivors, Thomas, Archdeacon of Split, and his description has been making soldiers wince for 8 centuries. Bela, fearing the loose sprawl the Mongols loved to slice apart, ordered the whole army packed into one tight enclosure, the wagons chained in a ring, tents crammed inside so densely that the guy ropes crossed and tangled until, Thomas says, men could barely move along the lanes between them, the whole host netted in its own rigging. As protection against arrows, a wagon wall has merit. As a thing to wake up inside during a surprise attack, with tens of thousands of men and horses trying to arm and form up while climbing over each other's tent ropes in the dark. It was a slaughter pen, and Thomas reports that men in the army said so at the time, the sourer veterans joking that the king had built the enemy a corral and filled it for them. Batu is supposed to have looked down at that camp from a hilltop across the river and told his officers the Hungarians were penned like cattle. And whether or not he said it, it was the professional assessment of every horseman on both sides of that river. Bela did catch one genuine break, and the fact that it was not enough is part of what makes Mohi so bleak. A Ruthenian slave, a Russian pressed into Mongol service, slipped across the river that evening and warned the Hungarians that the attack would come that very night, at the bridge. So when the Mongol vanguard came onto the bridge in the darkness before midnight, the Hungarians were not asleep. Prince Koloman, Archbishop Ugrin, and the Templars under Grunwald were waiting at the crossing with picked men, and the first fight of Mohi went to Hungary hard. The bridgehead battle in the dark was close. Brutal work at push of lance across a narrow stone span, and the Hungarian heavy cavalry and the crossbowmen behind them broke the crossing attempt completely, killed a great many Mongols on the bridge itself, and drove others into the black water, where men in leather and iron sank. Thomas of Split describes the Hungarians cutting down part of the force that had already crossed and forcing the rest back off the bridge to drown. It was, by every account, including the Mongols' own tradition, a real defeat. And among the dead was one of Batu's own commanders, a man the sources call Bakatu, and Mongol losses in the night ran high enough that they mattered. And here is the sentence I find hardest to write about this battle. The Hungarians then went back to bed. Koloman and Ugrin returned to the camp in real triumph, leaving a guard at the bridge, and the mass of the army, which had now technically won a battle without most of it waking up properly, celebrated and turned in, and by several accounts did not even stand to arms before dawn. Ugrin, who understood exactly what was across that river, reportedly went to the king's tents and raged at the passivity he found there, and it changed nothing. The army slept inside its rope maze, minus its one alarm already spent. What the Hungarians did not know was that the bridge fight, bloody as it was, had been only one prong and arguably bait. While it was being lost, Subutai was miles downstream in the dark, supervising his engineers as they threw an emergency crossing over the Sajo, timber lashed over the marshy fords, and moving his own corps across the river well south of the Hungarian position. Upstream, other detachments were swimming and fording, and at the bridge itself, before first light, the Mongols brought up their answer to the Hungarian crossbowmen, 7 stone-throwing catapults, siege artillery, deployed in a field battle, something European armies simply did not do, and began methodically smashing the bridge guard off its own bridge with stones and, the sources say, fire, burning naphtha, thunderous incendiaries that some historians suspect were Chinese gunpowder weapons, making one of their first appearances on European soil. The guard broke under a bombardment it had no answer to and no vocabulary for. The main force crossed the cleared bridge, and as dawn came up on the 11th of April, the Hungarian army woke to trumpet calls and screaming, and discovered that the river it had gone to sleep behind was now behind the enemy too, that Batu's force was forming on the plain to its front, and that Subutai's corps was coming up out of the south against its rear. The whole army, still half-armed, still climbing over its tangled ropes, was inside a closing ring. The next several hours were a processing operation. with the battle already decided, and the sources let us watch it in awful detail. The Mongols did not charge the fortified camp, not seriously, since why would they? They stood off and worked it over. Arrows fell into the packed enclosure in continuous sheets, aimed at nothing and hitting everything, men, horses, the wounded already down. The catapults were brought across and joined in, lobbing stones into the crowd, and then came the fire, naphtha and burning material arcing into a camp made of cloth and wood and rope, crammed with panicked animals. Tents burned, tethered and hobbled horses burned and broke loose burning, and stampeded through the lanes, trampling the men trying to form up. Thomas of Split describes the interior of that camp as pure compressed chaos, the crush so bad that men were trampled to death by their own side without ever seeing an enemy, soldiers unable to reach their units, orders inaudible, the enclosure that was meant to be a shield functioning as the walls of an oven. Individual sorties did go out, Koloman and Ugrin and the Templars leading counterattacks with real courage, charging out of the ring at the Mongol lines, and the accounts say they were shredded, one after another, by dismounted archery and encircling horsemen, and staggered back inside with a fraction of their men. Rembald's Templars, by the report that reached their order, died out there to the last man of the fighting contingent. Somewhere in those sorties, Koloman took the wound that would kill him. By mid-morning, the army had stopped being an army. Tens of thousands of men were pressed inside a burning enclosure under continuous bombardment, commanded by no one. And that was when the Mongols opened the door. A gap appeared in the ring, toward the west, away from the river, an obvious lane of escape where no enemy stood. And this was the oldest trick in the steppe book, and the sources on the Mongol side are perfectly frank about its purpose. Men fighting with no way out fight to the death and cost you casualties. Men shown a way out stop fighting and start running. And a running man with his back to you, spread along miles of road, exhausted, having thrown away his shield, kills easily and cheaply. Sun Tzu had written down the principle 15 centuries earlier, leave the surrounded enemy an outlet, and the Mongols had learned it in the same school of Chinese warfare and applied it as standard procedure. First a trickle went for the gap, then a stream, then the whole camp burst westward through it in a mob, every man for himself, armor and weapons raining onto the road as they ran, and the Mongol cavalry, fresh, organized, riding herd on both sides of the fleeing mass, began the part of the day they had planned from the beginning. The route ran for miles, most of the way back toward Pest, across open plain and marsh, and Thomas of Split's account of that road is one of the most terrible passages in any medieval chronicle. The Mongols rode alongside the fugitives, he says, sometimes for long stretches, keeping pace, choosing, spearing men at their leisure as a matter of selection rather than combat, cutting down the exhausted, and the road for 2 days' journey was strewn with corpses the whole way, bodies along every mile, villages worth of dead lying in heaps. And the blood, he says, ran and pooled so that stretches of the route were literally mired in it. Men who ran for the marshes drowned in them by the hundred, dragged under by the same mail shirts they had not had time to unlace. and the bogs around the Sarjo gave up bones for generations. The great men died with the small ones. Ugrin Chak, the archbishop who had raged all spring at everyone's slowness, died in the slaughter, and with him the archbishop of Esztergom, Matthias, the kingdom's senior churchman, and the bishop of Transylvania, and the bishop of Győr, and the palatine Denis Tomai, and so much of the lay and church leadership of Hungary that the surviving records amount to an inventory of a decapitated state. Koloman, dying on his feet, refused to stop, crossed the Danube, made it home to Slavonia, and died of his wounds there in May, in his early 30s, arguably the only senior commander who had done everything right. And the king lived by inches, and the manner of it became a national legend with, for once, solid bone underneath. Bela got out of the camp with his household knights around him in the breakout, and the Mongols knew exactly who he was and hunted him specifically, relays of pursuers chasing him across country through the day, shooting as they came. As his horses foundered, one after another of his loyal men gave the king his own fresh horse and turned to face the pursuit on the spent one, buying minutes with their lives, and the chronicles and later charters name names, men whose families held land for centuries afterward on the strength of a horse handed over on that road. Bela rode north, then west, a king alone with a shrinking escort, slept in forests, and eventually crossed into Austria seeking refuge with Duke Frederick, the same Frederick who had helped stir the Cuman lynching, and Frederick received the destitute, hunted king of a burning country and robbed him. He extorted the treasure Bela had carried out, raked up an old debt, and squeezed 3 western counties out of him as the price of passage, and then occupied them and plundered beyond them for good measure. Bela kept moving, gathered his queen, and made for the far south, the Dalmatian coast, with Mongol pursuit under Prince Kadan, the Legnica veteran, eventually hunting him down the whole length of the Adriatic shore the following winter, from fortress to fortress, until the King of Hungary was living on an island off Trogir, on the water, since the sea was the one terrain the horsemen could not cross, the ruler of the great Hungarian plain reduced to the width of a channel a bow shot across, watching the smoke on the mainland. The dead of the battle itself were only the down payment. Contemporary chroniclers put the Hungarian loss at Mohi at 40, 50, 65,000 men, figures that most modern historians pull down to something like 10 to 15,000, once you account for what the whole army could plausibly have numbered, though even the reduced figure means the fighting strength of the realm died in a morning. Mongol losses at Mohi were real and unusually heavy for them. The bridge fight and the sorties had cost them commanders and picked troops, and there are hints in the eastern sources of an actual quarrel at the top, Batu having lost enough men in the night that he wanted to break off the campaign, and Subutai answering, in the version preserved in the Chinese biography, that the princes could retreat if they wished, but he would not turn back until he reached the Danube. He reached the Danube. What came with him is why Mohi belongs on this list ahead of larger battles. Almost nothing else in medieval Europe compares to the year that followed. Inside the ring, in those first minutes, the worst enemy was disbelief. Thomas of Split is specific about it, that when the alarm went up in the grey light, many in the camp refused to credit it, men heavy with sleep and last night's celebration insisting the noise was another skirmish at the bridge, already won once, and turning over, and precious time in which an army might have formed, died in bedding and argument while the arrows began to drop. Coloman, Ugrin, and the Templars armed and went out because they had never really stopped believing, and much of the rest of the host discovered the truth only when the tents around them were burning. At the wagon ring itself, the crowding turned lethal fast. The few gaps in the barrier jammed with men and horses trying to move in both directions at once, riders forcing their way over foot soldiers, the wounded going down in the gateways and being trodden into the mud by everyone after them, and men who could not reach a gap climbing the chained wagons under arrow fall. If the army followed the custom of every Christian host of its age, and it will have, priests somewhere in that din were shouting the general absolution over men who could not hear them, a sacrament delivered at a run to the backs of a crowd. The enclosure that Bela had ordered as a shield held its shape for hours, and that was the horror of it. The shape itself was the problem, a wall that kept the arrows' targets conveniently gathered and let the fires feed. Everything east of the Danube now lay open, with no army, no king, no government, and the Mongols were not raiders passing through. They settled in to administer the corpse. Pest fell within days of the battle, its population massacred, the crowds who had packed into the Dominican church for sanctuary burned inside it, and the city left as ash. And then came something colder than massacre. Among the dead at Mohi, the Mongols had found the chancellor of the realm, and on his body the royal seal, and they understood exactly what it was. Through that spring and summer, proclamations went out across the plain, sealed with the true seal of the King of Hungary, drafted by captured clergy forced to write them, announcing that the danger had passed, that the fighting had moved on, that the people should come out of the forests and marshes and return to their villages for the harvest. And people believed the seal, since believing the seal was what the kingdom had trained them to do, and they came home and planted and reaped under Mongol supervision, and paid their new masters, and the Mongols let the harvest come in, since even a wolf understands granaries. And when the crops were gathered and the villages were full and findable again, the killing details rode out. Master Roger, a churchman from Italy serving as a canon at Varad, lived inside all of it and survived to write his account. And he titled it The Carmen Miserabile, the Sorrowful Song, and it is exactly that, one of the great first-hand horror documents of the European Middle Ages. Roger's own city shows the method at full scale. Varad, modern Oradea, was a substantial place with a new stone citadel, and when the Mongols arrived they battered it, withdrew and vanished, and stayed vanished long enough that the survivors crept back, and the town began to breathe. And that was the point of the withdrawal. They returned at dawn, caught the population outside the walls, and killed everyone they caught. The citadel fell shortly after, and the women who had crowded into the cathedral for sanctuary died when the Mongols burned the cathedral over them. Roger writes that when the killing was done, the Mongols left the site not because resistance remained, but because the mounded bodies putrefying in the summer heat made the place unbearable even for the army that had made them. Roger himself was elsewhere when it happened, and his personal months were their own ordeal, hiding in forest islands out in the marshes with other fugitives, living on roots and whatever the swamp offered, listening for hooves. And eventually he was caught in a sweep and became the property of a Mongol master, a slave with a tonsure, marching with the horde's baggage, keeping himself alive by making himself useful, watching everything with a chronicler's cursed memory. What Roger watched and later set down included the workings of the occupation at the level of a single household, and his testimony is among the most granular Europe produced about life as Mongol property. Captives were sorted by use. The strong were worked, driving herds, hauling, digging, serving the endless appetite of an army that administered what it had conquered, and Roger records the fate of those judged useless with a flat economy that is worse than any rhetoric. The old, the sick, and the very young cut down at the sortings, since a slave who could not earn his feed was a cost, and the horde did not carry costs. Women were divided among the conquerors as plunder, and Roger does not look away from what that meant, and neither should the history books that summarize it as servitude. He himself survived on usefulness and watchfulness, a literate man with steady habits, serving his master's household, hoarding scraps of information about the army's movements, and his pages carry the particular dread of a man who ate, slept, and marched inside the machine that had destroyed his world, waiting for the day its attention would land on him, and recording, since recording was the one act left to him, the names of towns as they burned. That winter, the last natural defense of the West failed. The Danube froze, and the Mongols, wary of a trap at the crossings, ran a test that says everything about their patience. They drove herds of horses down to the eastern bank and left them there, unguarded for days, in plain sight of the starving Hungarian side, and watched. When no one crossed the ice to take the horses, they concluded the far bank was undefended in any way that mattered, and the army crossed the frozen river around Christmas of 1241 and took the war into the last intact third of the kingdom. Esztergom, the richest city of Hungary, seat of its senior archbishop, went down in January under the stones of 30 catapults, and its end had a specific, documented viciousness. The citizens, seeing the walls failing, burned their own warehouses and buried their treasure so the enemy would get nothing, and the Mongols, denied the loot they considered theirs, took the price out of the population with methodical cruelty, roasting citizens over fires, the sources say, to make them reveal buried valuables. And Thomas of Split records that some 300 of the city's noblest ladies, dressed in their finest, asked to be brought before the prince, hoping rank and ceremony might purchase mercy, and Caden had them stripped of their valuables and beheaded together. The stone citadel above the town, held by a Spanish knight in Hungarian service named Simeon, never fell, and men on its walls watched all of it. By spring 1242, the kingdom was entering the second circle of the disaster, the one that killed more people than the sabres had. Nobody had sown the autumn fields in the war zone, and the harvest the Mongols had so carefully midwifed was in Mongol hands, and famine arrived on schedule, and it was biblical. The chronicles of the following 2 years, Hungarian and Austrian both, record people eating dogs and cats, then grass and bark. And then the Austrian annals and Hungarian tradition alike record the thing chronicles only write down when they cannot avoid it. Human flesh sold and eaten in the starving districts. Wolves multiplied on the unburied dead until they lost their fear of what remained of the villages and took children from the ruins. Modern attempts to total the demographic damage vary, and regional differences were extreme, but serious estimates put the kingdom's overall population loss at somewhere between 15 and 25% inside 2 years. And on the Great Plain, the Alfold, where the occupation sat heaviest, the estimates run to half, 3/4. In some districts, effectively everyone, village networks that simply end in the archaeological record in 1241, a countryside where, in Roger's unforgettable image from his escape, a traveller navigated the emptiness by steering from church tower to church tower, since the towers still stood and everything alive around them was gone. And then they left. And the reason had nothing to do with anything Hungary did. On the 11th of December 1241, 5,000 miles away in Karakorum, the great Khan Ergedei drank himself to death at a night banquet, and under the law of the empire, the princes of the blood were expected to return for the assembly that would choose his successor, and Batu and his rivals had an empire's throne to contest. Word took months to arrive, and in the spring of 1242, the whole Mongol force wheeled out of Hungary eastward, driving immense columns of captives and herds with it, and the departure was a massacre in motion. Roger recording that masses of the prisoners, having been marched as far as they were useful, were sorted and cut down along the way, the roads east marked with them. Roger himself escaped during that withdrawal in Transylvania, slipping away into the forest with a single servant while the column moved, and then hiding, and then walking, and his description of the walk home closes his book. Days across a country of ash and bone, the two of them living on garlic and roots grubbed from abandoned gardens, meeting no one living for stretches, guided by those church towers, until they reached a place where survivors had gathered and wept at the sight of other human beings. Some historians, weighing the empty granaries and the coming election, argue the withdrawal was partly logistics, that even Mongols cannot winter twice in a country they have eaten. Either way, Europe was spared by a dead man's liver, and the West never faced the full weight of the empire in the field again. Bela came back from his island to the ash and spent the rest of a long reign rebuilding with such effect that Hungarians called him the second founder of the state, and his program was one long lesson learned in blood, stone castles by the dozen where earth and timber had failed, walled towns with privileges to attract settlers, and, in a decision that must have cost him something, the Cumans invited back, their princess married to his own heir, the alliance his nobles had lynched in 1241, now sealed into the royal bloodline. It worked. When the Mongols came back in 1285, in strength, under a Khan of the Golden Horde, The new Hungary of castles and Cuman horse archers mauled them so badly that the invasion collapsed, and the kingdom that had died at Mohi outlived the horde that killed it. The ledger closes at something like balance there, though not for the people under the plain. Archaeologists working the Mohi battlefield and the massacre sites of the plain still bring up the 1241 layer, the burned floors, the coin hoards buried by hands that never came back for them. And here and there the people themselves, like the family excavated in one plains village, cut down together and left unburied in their own yard, a woman and children among them. The small change of a catastrophe that history books compress into a sentence. A century and a half of European history now has to go by in a breath. Our fourth field lies far to the north of Hungary, in the cool lake country of Prussia, in high summer of 1410, and the army waiting there under white banners with black crosses was, on paper, everything the poor, doomed host at Mohi had not been: professional, disciplined, superbly equipped, arguably the most respected military institution in Christian Europe. It belonged to an order of warrior monks, men sworn to poverty, chastity and obedience, and by the time the sun went down on the 15th of July, nearly all of its brethren on that field were dead, and its Grand Master was lying stripped and pierced among the heaps, and the smell of spilled wine was drifting over the corpses. That last detail is in the sources, and it will make sense soon enough. The Teutonic Order began, of all places, in a field hospital. During the siege of Acre in the Holy Land, around 1190, German merchants and pilgrims set up a hospital under a ship's sail to nurse wounded crusaders, and within a decade that little charity had been militarized into the Order of the Brothers of the German House of St. Mary in Jerusalem, knights who took the full monastic vows, poverty, chastity, obedience, and added to them a career of professional violence in defense of Christendom. When the Crusader states in the East began to die, the order needed a new frontier, and it found one on the Baltic. In the 1220s, a Polish duke, plagued by raids from the pagan Prussians on his border, invited the order in to help, one of the great regretted invitations of European history. And over the following 6 decades, the knights conquered Prussia outright, crushed its native people through decades of campaigns, revolts and reprisals that emptied whole districts, and built on the conquered land something unique, a sovereign state run by a monastic order, a country whose government was a religious brotherhood and whose capital was a fortress. That fortress, Marienburg on the river Nogat, grew into the largest brick castle on earth, and it still is, a red mountain of walls within walls that could shelter thousands, and from it the order ran a state with better administration, better finances, and a better army than most kingdoms. Caden's hunt for the king through Dalmatia in early 1242 produced one last siege at the mountain fortress of Clis, a castle stacked on a crag above Split, where the pursuers believed Bela was sheltering. Horse archers are poorly built for cliff work, and at Clis the Mongols dismounted and came up the rock on hands and knees, climbing under the walls. And the defenders killed them with stones and thrown weapons, rolling boulders down onto the climbers. And the assault clawed on with real losses until the Mongols learned the king was not inside, and dropped the siege mid-effort with the abruptness of men whose only interest was the man himself. Bela, out on his island, kept his crown, and paid the campaign a price the political histories barely pause over. Two of his small daughters, Catherine and Margaret, died during the flight and the refuge in those months, children of a court living as fugitives at the edge of the sea, and they were buried at Split, where their sarcophagus can be seen above the cathedral doorway to this day, the smallest casualties of Mohi resting in the porch of a Roman emperor's mausoleum. And in those same weeks, with the kingdom burning beyond the Channel, the Queen was carrying another child, and the royal couple made a vow that if God delivered Hungary, the child would be given to him outright. A daughter was born that year and named Margaret for her dead sister, and the vow was kept. The girl raised from the age of 3 in a convent on an island in the Danube at Buda that carries her name today, and she lived out a short, fierce, self-mortifying holy life as a princess nun and became, in time, Saint Margaret of Hungary. Her whole existence, start to finish, was a prayer made under Mongol pursuit. By the 1300s, though, the order had a structural problem, and everything at Grunwald grows out of it. Its reason for existing was crusade against pagans, and the pagans were running out. The last pagan state in Europe was Lithuania, an enormous, tough, expanding Grand Duchy stretching from the Baltic toward the Black Sea, and against Lithuania the order organized what can only be called a crusading industry. Every winter and summer, when the swamps froze or dried, the knights mounted raids into Lithuanian territory. The Resen and the nobility of all Europe came to take part as a fashionable adventure, a season of licensed war with feasting and honours attached. Chaucer's perfect knight in the Canterbury Tales is praised for having campaigned in Prussia and Lithuania, and among the real guests was Henry Bolingbroke, the future King Henry IV of England, who crusaded with the order twice in the 1390s, dined splendidly, and went home. Understand what those raids were on the ground, though, beneath the banquets. They were slave raids and burning raids into villages year after year for a century. And the Lithuanians gave as good as they got in the other direction, and the border between them became a depopulated wilderness 100 miles deep. Then, in 1386, the ground moved under the order's feet. The Grand Duke of Lithuania, Jogaila, accepted baptism, married the young Queen of Poland, Jadwiga, and became King Władysław Jagiełło of Poland, uniting the two states the order feared most and, at a stroke, converting Lithuania to Christianity, at least officially. A crusading state whose designated pagans get baptized is a crusading state with no mission, and the order's response was to insist, loudly and for decades, that the conversion was fake, a political costume, that the Lithuanians still worshipped their sacred groves and snakes and fires behind the church doors, and that the crusade must therefore continue. They had a point in places. Old beliefs die slowly in the countryside, and they also had an obvious motive, and Europe noticed both things. The specific tinder was a region called Samogitia, a stubborn, deeply pagan stretch of Lithuania between Prussia proper and the order's Livonian branch, which had been traded to the order by treaty and never accepted it. In 1409, Samogitia rose in revolt, Lithuania backed the rebels, Poland backed Lithuania, and the Grand Master, Ulrich von Jungingen, a proud, hot-tempered, deeply convinced man who had inherited the office from his cooler older brother, declared war on them both rather than wait to be dismembered. An autumn of raiding was followed by a truce, and both sides spent the winter preparing for the largest war the Baltic had ever seen. What Jagiełło and his cousin Vytautas, Grand Duke of Lithuania, did with that winter was remarkable, and the partnership itself was improbable. These two men had spent years trying to destroy each other. Vytautas's father had died strangled in Jagiełło's custody. Vytautas had twice allied with the order against his cousin, and yet in December 1409 they sat down together in a hunting lodge at Brest and planned, in secret, a single campaign with a single target. Every previous war with the order had been border raiding. This one would be a united invasion aimed at Marienburg itself, the head of the octopus. Through the winter, the royal forests rang with an enormous organized hunt. Salted game barreled and floated downriver toward the border, and in a yard on the Vistula, carpenters built something Northern Europe had never seen, a prefabricated pontoon bridge, made in sections, designed to be floated down the river and assembled on site. When the order's spies reported that the Poles were building a bridge to carry an army over the lower Vistula, the order's officers reportedly treated it as a joke. In the last days of June 1410, the sections came down the river to Chervinsk, were bolted together across the great river in about half a day, and the Polish army crossed dry shod and joined Vytautas's Lithuanians on the far side, and the joke stopped being funny. The combined host that moved north in the first week of July was one of the largest Western Europe had produced in centuries, the modern estimates clustering around 20 to 30,000 Polish and Lithuanian cavalry plus infantry against 15 to 21,000 for the order, and it was one of the strangest armies ever to march under a Christian king. Polish knights indistinguishable from their French counterparts, pagan-born Lithuanian boyars, a single generation into Christianity, Ruthenian Orthodox contingents from Smolensk, Bohemian and Moravian mercenaries, among whom some traditions place a one-eyed soldier of fortune named Jan Žižka, later the most feared general of the Hussite Wars, and, to the order's genuine theological horror, several hundred Muslim Tatar horsemen under an exiled Khan, Jalal ad-Din. The order wrote to every court in Europe that the King of Poland was invading Christendom with an army of pagans and Saracens. The king's chancery wrote back in effect that a monastic order which had spent 20 years burning Christian Lithuanian villages could mind its own business about who rode with whom. The march north was ugly in the way these campaigns were always ugly, and one episode mattered. On the 13th of July, the Allied army took the small town of Gilgenburg and sacked it, and the reports that reached Ulrich von Jungingen, delivered with weeping refugees attached, described massacre, burned churches, violated women, atrocities the Polish sources minimize and the order's sources dwell on, and you can allow for propaganda in both directions, while accepting that the sack of a small town by a 15th century army was a terrible thing to be inside. The reports did their work on the Grand Master. Officers around him counseled patience, defense of the river lines, letting the enormous enemy host rot from hunger and dysentery in the summer heat, the classic order playbook. Ulrich, the sources agree, wanted the battle. He was done maneuvering while his subjects burned, and he force-marched the Order's army through the night of the 14th of July, in wind and drenching thunderstorms, to plant it across the invaders' path near 3 villages, whose names would become permanently attached to what followed: Grunwald, Tannenberg, and Ludwigsdorf. Dawn on the 15th of July came up humid and hot after the storms, and the 2 armies spent the morning in a strange, almost theatrical standoff that killed men before a blow was struck. The Order's army had arrived first and deployed, banners in line, guns such as they were, dug in at the front, and it stood there, hour after hour, in the open, in full armour, as the summer sun climbed and the field steamed, knights broiling inside steel that you could not touch bare-handed, horses failing, while across the little valley the Polish and Lithuanian army calmly refused to come out of the woods. Yarmouk, whose caution drove his own knights half mad, was hearing mass. He heard 2 masses that morning, one after the other, kneeling in a portable chapel while his marshals begged. And it may have been piety, and it may have been a man with a professional understanding of what several hours in July plate armor does to an enemy who deployed at dawn, and the sources let you have it either way, and I lean toward both at once. Toward midday, Ulrich von Jungingen lost patience in the most famous way any commander has ever lost patience. 2 heralds rode out from the Order's lines under safe conduct, one bearing the arms of the Holy Roman Emperor, one the arms of the Duke of Stettin, and they were brought to the king, and they presented him, in front of his court, with 2 drawn swords. The Grand Master, they announced, sent these blades to the king and the Grand Duke to help them, since they seemed to lack weapons and courage, and, so that they should not cower in the woods, the Grand Master would gladly pull his army back and yield them ground for the fight, whichever field they preferred. As insults between armies go, it has never been topped, an invitation to a duel addressed to a king, with props. Yarmouk took the swords, and his recorded answer, polished no doubt by the chroniclers, kept its temper on a leash, that he accepted the swords in God's name, that he had weapons enough of his own, but he would take these 2 as well, and God would decide the field. Those 2 swords became and remain the single most famous relic in Polish history, carried afterward before kings at coronations for 400 years. Keep an eye on them. Their story ends strangely, and with the ceremony done, sometime after noon, the armies came off their marks, and the largest battle of the European Middle Ages, by many reckonings, began with a charge on the Allied right, where Vytautas's Lithuanian, Ruthenian, and Tatar cavalry swept down the slope into the Order's left wing, and for something like an hour, the 2 masses hacked at each other in a fight the sources describe as so loud, the crash of lances breaking, that it carried for miles, like a forest of trees going down at once. Then the Lithuanian wing turned and ran, and here we hit the oldest argument about Grunwald, and I will lay the evidence out and leave you with it. The 2 versions paint 2 different battles. Jan Długosz, the great Polish chronicler writing 2 generations later, whose father and patron's family fought there, says it plainly: the Lithuanians broke, a real rout, fleeing the field for miles with the Order's heavy cavalry in pursuit, some fugitives not stopping until they reached Lithuania carrying news that everything was lost. The other tradition starts with the Chronica Conflictus, an account written within weeks by someone close to the Polish court, describing the wing withdrawing and the pursuers scattering. And it gained a spine in the 20th century when the historian Sven Ekdahl published a letter from the order's own archive, written a few years after the battle by an experienced commander warning a later Grand Master in so many words to beware in battle of enemies who deliberately flee. Since at the great battle the pursuit of a feigned flight had pulled the order's formations apart, exactly the step trick, the Mohi trick, the trick Vytautas's Tatar allies had drunk in with their mother's milk. Maybe the flight was staged from the start. Maybe it was a genuine collapse that Vytautas, riding like a man possessed, managed to rally and reverse, and the result functioned as a feigned retreat by accident. Either way, the operational fact is agreed. A large part of the order's left wing, 16 banners worth by some counts, went galloping off the battlefield, chasing Lithuanians, killed fugitives and looted the Lithuanian camp, and took itself out of the battle at the exact hour the battle was decided, and never came back as a formation. Not everyone on that wing ran, feigned or otherwise. 3 banners of heavy cavalry from Smolensk, Ruthenians under Jagiełło's cousin, planted themselves in the gap the retreat tore open between the departing Lithuanians and the now exposed Polish flank, and stood, and were attacked from multiple sides, and stood anyway. One of the 3 banners was destroyed where it stood, cut down virtually to a man around its flag, and the other 2, mauled and bleeding, held the seam of the Allied line together until help came. And Długosz, who is not generous to Ruthenians by habit, wrote that they earned undying fame that day. Meanwhile, the main event had become the center and left, where the Polish banners and the bulk of the order's army met head-on and ground against each other for hours. And this was Towton's melee in a different key. Thousands of the best armored men in Europe, lances gone in the first seconds, working with swords, axes and warhammers built specifically to punch steel plate into the skull beneath it. The sources describe men so packed they died standing, horses disemboweled and screaming, riders going down under the hooves, and the specific sounds of that particular era of warfare, the hammering, an unending metallic din like hundreds of smithies working at once, as men beat each other's armor apart to reach the person inside. In the middle of that grinding, the order nearly won. A push toward the heart of the Polish line reached the great banner of Krakow, the flag of the kingdom itself, and put it down. The banner fell, its bearer under it, and through the order's ranks went a roar, and by the accounts the knights began to sing the old German victory hymn, Christ is risen, rising over the field, and for a moment the battle stood at the edge of one story instead of the other. The moment did not last. The knights of the royal banner counter-attacked with what the Chronica calls terrible fury, put the flag back up and killed everyone around it. And the Polish line, stung rather than broken, pressed forward harder than before. Somewhere in this phase, a quieter treachery moved inside the order's own army. Its lay knights from the Culm land, Prussian gentry who had long chafed under the brothers' rule, some of them members of a secret society called the Lizard Union, were suspected then and later of fighting at half strength, and their standard-bearer, Nicolas von Reynis, was accused of deliberately lowering the Culm banner, the signal, in effect, of collapse, at the worst moment. The order caught him afterward and beheaded him without trial, and whether he was a traitor or a scapegoat, the fear he represents was real. The monastic state was rotting from inside its own nobility, even as its army fought for existence. Ulrich von Jungingen, watching his left wing gone, his center locked, his reserves dwindling, made the decision that has been argued over since before his body was cold. He took personal command of the last fresh force he had, 16 banners, thousands of knights, and instead of feeding them into the melee, he led them in a wide hook around the fighting, aiming at the small hill where the King of Poland sat with his guard, his chancery, and almost nothing else. Kill the king. End the war. As a piece of tactics, it was the boldest stroke of the day and very nearly a great one, and it produced the strangest small scene of the battle. As the 16 banners swept past the royal hill, a single knight of the order, a German named Diepold von Kuckritz, in a white surcoat with a gold belt, broke out of the formation and charged, alone, straight up the hill at the King of Poland. Jagiełło's tiny bodyguard was screened. His secretary had lowered the royal standard so the knights thundering past would not recognize the prize. The king, no young man, spurred forward and met the charge himself, lance to lance. Jagiełło wounded Kuckritz in the face. The royal secretary Zbigniew Olesznicki, a young cleric with no armor and a broken lance in his hands, slammed the knight sideways off his horse, and the ground did the rest, the king's guards killing the fallen man where he lay. Olesznicki was offered knighthood on the spot for saving the king's life and refused it, saying he served a different commander, and he ended his days a cardinal and the most powerful churchman in Poland, the only prince of the church, I suspect, whose career began with unhorsing a charging knight while dressed for the office. One military footnote from that morning marks a hinge in the history of the whole craft. The order had brought firearms to the field, bombards, primitive stone-throwing guns, and had them emplaced with the front line, an advanced touch entirely typical of the brothers, who ran the best organized war machine in the north. The tradition holds that the guns managed exactly 2 salvos of stone shot before the battle rolled over their positions. 2 coughs of smoke and thunder achieving approximately nothing, their crews cut down or scattered with the left wing, and part of the explanation offered is the night itself, the storms that had torn both camps having left powder and matches damp. Whatever the gun's precise fate, the detail stands as a neat marker of the moment, the newest weapon in Europe present at the last of the truly medieval great battles, and mattering not at all, while the day was decided by lance, hammer and horse in the oldest way there is. 60 years on, guns would be deciding sieges across the continent, and the men who might have told the order so were mostly buried at Grunwald. Then the trap, if trap it was, closed. As Ulrich's 16 banners hung on the edge of the fight around the hill, the Lithuanians came back. Vytautas's wing, or all of it that ever truly left, reformed and returned to the field, wheeled onto the order's exposed flank and rear, and at nearly the same time the Polish reserve of foot soldiers and every unengaged banner folded in from the other side, and the Grand Master's last fresh force, the striking arm of the whole army, was suddenly the center of a shrinking circle. What followed in that circle was the death of the Teutonic Order as a great power delivered at hammer's length. The chronicles say Ulrich was urged, while a lane still existed, to cut his way out and save himself, and refused, saying, in the version handed down, God forbid that he should leave a field where so many good men lay dead, and whatever the exact words were, he stayed. He took a lance point in the throat, by the account closest to the events, and other wounds besides, one tradition naming the Polish knight Dobisław, another crediting Mszczuj of Skrzyno, whose servant afterward carried a gold reliquary pulled from the dead man's neck, and the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order went down among his brothers and was trampled into the press. When the circle finished its work, virtually the entire leadership of the order lay inside it. The Grand Marshal, the Grand Comteur, the Treasurer, the Comteurs of the great castles, dead in a heap of their own men. The rest of the army saw the banners in the circle go down and broke. The rout at Grunwald has a feature that even Towton lacks, and the Chronica Conflictus states it flatly. More of the order's men died in the flight and in the camp than in the battle itself. The fleeing army piled back into its own fortified wagon camp near Grunwald village, and the pursuit came in on top of it, and the wagon fort, like Bela's at Mohi, turned from refuge into pen. The camp was stormed, and inside it the pursuers, knights, foot soldiers, and, the chronicles add, the camp servants and peasants who followed every medieval army killed everything they could reach, and men who ran beyond the camp were driven into a pond and marsh by the village of Frignowo Way, where so many drowned in armor that the sources describe the water solid with them. And here comes the detail I promised at the start of this section. The order's supply train, prepared for a victory celebration, included great stores of wine, and as the sack of the camp began, the victorious army fell on the barrels, and Jagiełło, watching thousands of his own exhausted soldiers about to drink themselves helpless in the middle of a war, ordered every barrel smashed. The wine poured out over a camp floored with corpses, and Długos records the result, streams of wine running away between and over the dead, mixing as they ran with the blood of men and horses, so that witnesses spoke of red rivers crossing the wreck of the camp, and nobody afterward could quite agree where the wine had ended and the blood begun. The rain that came that evening washed all of it into the same ground. Evening on that field sorted the living from the dead with unusual exactness. The order had brought somewhere around 250 to 270 of its actual brother knights to the battle, the full members, the white-cloaked monastic corps around whom the whole army of secular knights, levies and mercenaries was built. And of those brothers, somewhere between 203 and 211 were dead by nightfall. Take that ratio however you like, it means the order's leadership caste was functionally exterminated in an afternoon, 4 out of every 5 of the men who ran the monastic state killed in a few hours of daylight. The wider army's losses ran to 8,000 dead by the commonly cited estimates, with thousands more captured, and the record-keeping of the age gives us one horribly precise window into it. The order's paymasters had enrolled mercenaries by name before the campaign, and the surviving ledgers show what came back to collect wages, and the city of Danzig's contingent alone had sent about 1,500 men and buried 3/4 of them. 1,427 pay claims, in one accounting, presented by the survivors of an army that had marched out 20-odd thousand strong. On the other side, Polish and Lithuanian losses were real. The Lithuanian wing especially had bled hard in the first hour, and yet Długosz could list the Polish nobles of note who died at Grunwald in a single short passage, 12 names. The disproportion is the story. One army was mauled, the other one ceased. The dead of Grunwald, like the dead of Towton, eventually spoke for themselves, and the place they did it carries its own irony. In 1411, the order built a memorial chapel on the battlefield, on ground chosen, evidence suggests, over the burial pits of its own fallen, so that the Brothers' Church of Mourning stood literally upon the men it mourned. And when archaeologists excavated the chapel site and its surroundings in the 20th century, they found the pits, mass graves holding hundreds of individuals, layered and packed, and the bones told the same story the Towton pit tells. Skulls opened by blade strokes and punched through by points, the wounds concentrated on heads and faces, cuts on bones delivered from behind, men of fighting age stacked without ceremony in ground that became, within a year, a floor for candles and requiems. Some of the skeletons carried old, healed wounds from earlier fields, veterans of the Ryson finished at last, and scattered finds across the wider battlefield, spurs, arrowheads, fragments of gauntlets, an axe head here and a crossbow nut there, keep surfacing to the present day. A battle so large that 6 centuries of ploughing and 2 world wars rolling over the same ground have not finished picking it up. In 2020, metal detector surveys turned up a cluster of battle axes and blade fragments in ground the older maps had ignored, and the arguments about where exactly each phase of the fighting happened were reopened all over again, 6 centuries after the last man on that field stopped caring where he stood. Jagiełło's behavior in victory has fascinated people ever since. By the standards of the century, it was almost eerily restrained. He stood on the field, as custom demanded of a victor, for 3 days. When the Grand Master's body was found stripped naked among the heaped dead, pierced in the throat and chest, the king had it washed, wrapped in clean purple cloth, laid on a wagon, and sent under escort to Marienburg for honorable burial, and Długosz records that Jagiełło wept over the corpse of the man who had sent him the 2 swords, whether from chivalry, from politics, from some older feeling between enemies of 30 years, the chronicle does not presume to say. Captured secular knights were released on their sworn word to present themselves at Krakow for ransom, and, remarkably, that autumn they mostly did, riding across Europe to turn themselves in, since a knight's oath still weighed something. The mercy had precise limits, though, and one execution on the 2nd day marked where they lay. Among the prisoners was Marquard von Salzbach, a senior commander of the order who had known Grand Duke Vytautas for decades, had been his ally and guest in the years of the cousins' feuding, and who, at a parley shortly before the battle, had answered Vytautas's taunts with an insult about the duke's mother. Vytautas had him brought out of the prisoner lines with a companion and beheaded, and the accounts say Marquard went to it without asking for anything. Chivalry covered ransoms and oaths. It had never covered mothers. The victor's inventory of the captured camp turned up one cargo that Polish memory has never let go of, and the chronicle tradition presents it without needing to add a word of comment. Among the supply wagons of the order's train, the searchers found wagon loads of chains, shackles, and fetters, brought along in quantity, prepared in advance for the Polish and Lithuanian prisoners the order had expected to be marching back to Prussia in them, along with stores of torches soaked in pitch and tallow. The chains were shown around, and the point made itself, and some of them, the story goes, were used that evening on the men who had packed them. The prisoner count on the winning side included names that mattered: 2 allied dukes fighting for the order, Conrad the White of Oels and Casimir of Stettin, both taken alive and held for ransom, along with hundreds of secular knights and the guest crusaders whose Prussian season had ended in a Polish rope line, and the sorting of all these men, the released, the ransomed, the executed Salzbach, went on for days in a camp that still smelled of wine and opened bodies. Strategically, the week after the battle has tormented Polish historians for 6 centuries. The door to Marienburg stood open, and the victors walked to it. The army, gorged with victory and slowed by loot, wounded and dysentery in the summer heat, took more than a week to cover the distance to the capital, moving at a stroll, and into that gap of days rode the one senior officer of the order who had missed the battle, Heinrich von Plauen, left behind with a garrison. Grasping the whole situation at once, Plauen threw himself and roughly 3,000 scraped-together men into Marienburg, burned the town outside the walls with his own hands so it could give the besiegers no shelter, and shut the gates of the strongest fortress the order possessed. The siege that followed lasted 2 months and failed. The great castle's stores were deep, disease chewed the besieging camp, Lithuanian and mercenary contingents drifted home, and in September Jagiełło raised the siege and marched away, and the order, decapitated on the 15th of July, kept its head fortress, and therefore its life. The peace signed at Thorn in February 1411 looks, on paper, like a mild ending to an apocalyptic battle. Samogitia conceded to Vytautas for his lifetime a few territorial adjustments and an indemnity for the ransom of prisoners. The indemnity was the poison, 6 million groschen by the round figure, an enormous sum in silver. And the order, having buried the men who ran its economy along with the army that guarded it, could pay only by taxing its own towns and gentry into fury, and by hiring mercenaries it then could not afford, and the monastic state entered the long spiral that Grunwald had made unavoidable. The subject towns and nobility of Prussia rose against the brothers in the following generation. War with Poland resumed, and the ending came with an irony almost too neat. In 1457, the order's own unpaid Bohemian mercenaries, holding Marienburg as security for their wages, sold the invincible fortress to the King of Poland for cash and marched away. And the castle no army had ever stormed changed hands over an invoice. By 1466, the order kept only a rump of Prussia as a Polish vassal, and in 1525 the last Grand Master in Prussia converted to Lutheranism, dissolved the monastic state entirely, and knelt in the market square of Krakow to swear homage to the Polish king as a plain secular duke. A field near Grunwald had set all of that rolling. The relics of the day had afterlives of their own. Follow 2 of them. The captured banners of the order, 51 of them, were hung above the shrine of St. Stanislaus in Wawel Cathedral in Krakow, and decades later Długosz had everyone painted and described in a manuscript, the Banderia Prutanorum, so that even after the physical silk rotted, we still know exactly what each dead contingent's flag looked like. And the two swords, the insult that opened the battle, were kept with the Polish coronation regalia and carried before the kings for 4 centuries, surviving even when the crowns themselves were stolen and melted, until, in the partitioned Poland of the 19th century, they had become such a potent symbol of resistance that in 1853 the Russian authorities confiscated them, and somewhere in that confiscation they vanished, and nobody has seen the swords of Grunwald since. An entire monastic empire's fall can be traced in museums and archives. The 2 most famous blades in the story evaporated out of a police storeroom. 14 years before those banners went up in Wawel and 600 miles down the Danube, Christian Europe had already been taught, at obscene cost, the lesson about pride that the Teutonic Knights arguably relearned at Grunwald, and the teacher was an army nobody in Paris had bothered to take seriously. Our last field is Nicopolis, in Bulgaria, in September 1396, where the flower of French chivalry rode up a hill in the finest armor money had ever bought, and where, on the morning after, the survivors were stripped, roped together, and beheaded in batches from sunrise until the middle of the afternoon, while a teenage boy from Bavaria stood in the line waiting his turn. He survived because of his age, and he wrote down what he saw, and his little book is the reason we can stand in that field at all. The power that did it had come out of almost nowhere in 2 generations. The Ottomans at the start of the 1300s were one small Turkish frontier principality among many in Anatolia, and by the 1390s they had taken most of the Balkans, and the moment that announced them to the west was Kosovo in 1389, a mutually ruinous battle against the Serbs, remembered mostly for its deaths. The Serbian Prince Lazar executed, the Ottoman Sultan Murad assassinated in his own tent by a Serbian knight who had pretended to defect. What happened next, in the Ottoman camp, on the evening of that battle, shows what sort of state this was becoming. Murad's son Bayezid took command, and his first order as Sultan concerned his own brother Yakub, a capable and popular commander who was on the field and did not yet know his father was dead. Yakub was summoned to the command tent on the pretext that his father wanted him, and strangled with a bowstring, the silent, bloodless method reserved for royalty. And with that single evening's work, Bayezid made fratricide something close to standing policy in the Ottoman house, where for 2 centuries afterward, a new sultan's accession was routinely accompanied by the strangling of his brothers, down to infants in the nursery, as a matter of state stability. This was the man now facing Europe, and his own army called him Yildirim, the Thunderbolt, for the speed of his marches, and by 1394 he had done the thing that finally made the West move. He had thrown a blockade around Constantinople itself, the ancient capital of Eastern Christendom, and settled in to starve it. And the emperor's letters begging for help were arriving in every court in Europe. King Sigismund of Hungary, whose realm now shared a raw frontier with the Thunderbolt, had been begging Europe for a crusade for years, and around 1395, Europe finally said yes, for reasons that had as much to do with Europe as with the Turks. The long war between England and France was in truce, and thousands of professional fighting men were unemployed and restless. The church was split down the middle in the Great Schism, a pope in Rome and a pope in Avignon, each calling the other the Antichrist. And here was the rare cause both could bless, and both did, separately, each presumably taking credit. And above all, Burgundy wanted it. Duke Philip the Bold of Burgundy was the richest prince in Europe, effectively co-ruler of a France whose actual king, Charles VI, had gone violently insane, and Philip saw in a great crusade the perfect stage for the House of Burgundy, and specifically for his son and heir, John, Count of Nevers, 24 years old, brave, ambitious, and completely unproven. Nevers was named to the supreme command of the French contingent, with a council of famous veterans around him to supply the judgment he lacked. And the list of those veterans is its own account of what France sent to die in Bulgaria. Enguerrand de Coucy, around 55, by common consent the most skilled and experienced knight in France, a man who had commanded armies for 3 decades. Jean de Vienne, Admiral of France, in his 50s, the old sea lion of the French wars. Philip of Artois, Count of Eu and Constable of France, proud, prickly, and jealous of Coucy to the point of illness. And Marshal Boucicaut, considered the perfect knight of the age, a man whose training regimen was famous, turning somersaults in full armor, climbing the underside of a scaling ladder using only his arms, in harness, vaulting onto his horse without touching the stirrup. Somewhere between 6,000 and 10,000 French and Burgundian fighting men gathered under these commanders in the spring of 1396, with English, German, and other volunteers raising the total crusading strength that eventually concentrated on the Danube to perhaps 15,000 or 16,000, joined to Sigismund's Hungarians and their allies, for a combined host that contemporaries called 100,000, and modern historians trim to somewhere in the tens of thousands, quite possibly the largest crusading army ever assembled. What made this crusade different from everyone before it was the style, and the style was the disease. The Burgundian accounts of the preparations survive, and they itemize a travelling festival. The Count of Nevers rode east under banners of green satin embroidered in gold, with a personal household of pages, minstrels, falconers, and cooks running to hundreds, tents of the finest cloth, plate of silver and gold, and wagon loads, 24 of them by one count, of the trappings of the Burgundian court, including its wines, since a French prince did not drink whatever a Bulgarian river town could offer. The knights competed with each other in magnificence, feasted their way up the Danube, and, as more than one moralist wrote afterward, with grim satisfaction, brought with them the vices of a peacetime court into the field, gambling and drunkenness, with prostitutes trailing the army in numbers. None of that made them cowards. Nearly every man in that gorgeous column would fight when the day came, with genuine and in some cases suicidal courage. The rot was higher up, in the assumption underneath all the satin that war against the Turk would be a tournament at a slightly inconvenient distance, that no army under heaven, least of all an army of infidels, could stand a charge of French chivalry. At the Great War Council in Buda that summer, Sigismund, who had been fighting these particular infidels for years, laid out the sane plan: stand on the defensive inside Hungary, let Bayezid come to the end of a long supply line and break him there. The French commanders rejected it as beneath their honor, argued for marching on the enemy, on Constantinople, on Jerusalem itself while they were at it. And the boast that got written down, and it was repeated afterward all over Europe with a shudder, was that if the sky itself were to fall, the lances of the French vanguard would hold it up. Sigismund, whose crusade could not exist without Burgundy's money and men, gave way, and the festival marched down the Danube into Ottoman Bulgaria. The men of the day went each to his own ending, and they ask only a line apiece before we ride south. Heinrich von Plauen, the one commander whose nerve had saved the order at Marienburg, was elected Grand Master for it, tried to rebuild and to fight on, and within 3 years was deposed by his own exhausted brethren, arrested by the faction that wanted peace, and held for years by the order whose existence he had personally preserved, dying decades later in minor provincial office, the savior of Marienburg, filed away by the institution he saved. Vytautas ruled Lithuania in growing splendor for another 20 years, and at the very end of his life, the emperor promised him a royal crown of his own, and the crown was made. And the convoy carrying it toward his coronation was turned back at the Polish border by lords who wanted no Lithuanian kingdom, and Vytautas, past 80 by the reckonings, died in 1430, within weeks, the crown never having reached his head. And Jagiełło, the pagan-born king who had knelt through 2 masses while the order's knights broiled in the sun, outlived nearly everyone, reigning into his 80s, and died in 1434 of a chill, the chronicler says he caught sitting out at night in the woods, in the cold, doing a thing he had loved all his long life, listening to the nightingales. Rahova set the moral course of everything after, and it will come back on the morning of the 26th of September, since Bayezid did not forget it. The army's first real obstacle was the town of Rahova on the river, and its Bulgarian Christian population negotiated. As Sigismund's Hungarians treated with the defenders for a surrender that would spare lives and property, the French, by the accounts, stormed the place anyway, unwilling to lose the credit of taking it, and once inside, the crusading army sacked Rahova and massacred on the order of 1,000 of its inhabitants, Orthodox Christians and Muslims together. The people the crusade had nominally come to liberate dying under crusader swords, with their liberators looting the houses over their bodies. A few hundred of the wealthier citizens were kept alive as hostages for ransom and dragged along with the baggage. Sigismund was reportedly furious, and it changed nothing, and the column rolled on to its target, the strong Ottoman fortress town of Nicopolis, sitting on limestone bluffs above the Danube, and settled down in front of it on the 12th of September. The siege of Nicopolis would be funny if you could forget what it cost. The fortress was formidable, double-walled, well garrisoned under a determined commander named Doğan Bey, and could realistically be taken only by assault with engines, towers, ladders, mining. The Crusaders had brought none of that and built almost none of it. The fleet blockaded the river face, the army sprawled around the landward side, a couple of half-hearted probes were made, and then the greatest chivalric army of the age settled in to wait for starvation to do its work while it entertained itself. The accounts describe 2 weeks of feasting and wine, gaming, the camp swollen with its followers, knights lounging in silk against the September heat, and a rising, sneering certainty that Bayezid, who was known to be hundreds of miles away tied down at the blockade of Constantinople, would never dare come at all. Scouting was neglected. When rumors of an approaching Ottoman army filtered in anyway, Marshal Boucicaut, the perfect knight, declared them lies and, by the memoir written by his own admiring household, threatened to cut off the ears of anyone caught spreading such demoralizing talk. Enguerrand de Coucy, unable to stand the idleness, took 500 lances and a few hundred archers out on his own reconnaissance in force, found a large Ottoman advance party moving through a pass, laid an ambush, feigned flight to pull the Turks onto his hidden men and cut them apart, and rode back into camp with the first hard intelligence of the campaign, that the Sultan's army was not hundreds of miles away, it was coming, and it was close. For his trouble, the Constable Philip of Artois and his faction accused Coucy of glory hunting, of recklessly endangering the host to steal honour that belonged to the Count of Nevers, and the Command Council of the Crusade spent its last quiet days consumed by a jealous quarrel over who had the right to be first at the enemy. Bayezid, meanwhile, was justifying his nickname. On the news of the invasion, he had wound up the blockade of Constantinople, concentrated his field army in Thrace, and come north by forced marches through the Shipka Pass, at a pace that beggared European practice, collecting his Serbian vassals under Stefan Lazarevich on the way, and on the 24th of September, while a good part of the Crusader camp was at a banquet, his outriders were skirmishing with Crusader pickets in the hills south of Nicopolis, and the garrison of the fortress was blowing trumpets and beating drums in celebration. The Sultan and an army roughly the size of the Crusade, modern estimates again in the tens of thousands against the older chronicle claims of 200,000, stood a few miles away on the high ground, and the tournament was over. The camp's reaction that night was panic barely governed, and it produced the atrocity that stains the Crusade past cleaning. Somebody, and the sources spread the blame around the French command, remembered the Rahova hostages, hundreds of bound civilian prisoners inside a camp that expected battle at dawn, and rather than guard or release them, the Crusaders killed them, massacred, roped together in the camp that night by their captors in a hurry, the sources describing the prisoners as slaughtered in their bonds. And when you hear shortly what Bayezid did about it, hold in your mind that his stated reason had truth in it, and that the men in his hands when he did it had, most of them, been party to this. The last war council that evening replayed Buda in miniature and settled the fate of the army. Sigismund came to the French camp and proposed the obvious order of battle. His own light troops and the Wallachian foot knew Ottoman tactics and should go first to absorb and strip away the Akinji, the swarming, irregular light horse the Sultan always threw out front as an expendable screen, so that the French heavy cavalry, the one weapon the Turks truly feared, could be saved to break the Sipahis and the Sultan's own corps at the decisive moment. As military advice, it was close to perfect, and it hit the exact nerve that had been rubbed raw for months. Ride behind Hungarian peasants and Wallachian shepherds. Take the leavings of the battle. The Constable of France, Philip of Artois, is recorded as answering that to take the rear now, after the vanguard had been his by right and by the king's grant all along, would be a shame he would not survive, and that the Sultan's whole army was nothing the flower of France could not open like a gate, and he carried the young Count of Nevers and the mass of the knights with him. Coucy and old Admiral de Vienne argued the other side and were, by implication and by some accounts openly, called cautious old men, or worse, afraid. And Vienne is given the last word in the story, that when truth and reason cannot be heard, presumption must rule, and since the constable insisted on going first, the knights would follow him, and God could sort the outcome. Sigismund went back to his own lines to arrange a battle he now expected to fight with his best weapon already spent. Nobody in the French camp seems to have slept much. They were up before dawn arming, and the accounts pause on the picture of it. Thousands of the finest soldiers of the West in the grey light, gorgeous, confessed, fed, furious with each other, and about to ride, in the most literal sense available to history, uphill into a machine specifically designed and sighted to destroy them. Bayezid had arranged the ground the way a man arranges a trap he has built before, since he had, on this identical slope of doctrine, against Serbs and against Anatolian rivals, and the design was layered like an onion with a blade in every layer. Out front, on the open ground below the crest, drifted the Akinji screen, thousands of irregular light horsemen, unarmored, expendable, whose entire role was to sting, fall back, and make an enemy commit. Behind them, invisible from below, the slope had been sown with a field of sharpened wooden stakes, planted at an angle, chest high to a horse, row after row, and behind the stakes stood the trained infantry with massed archers. And behind the crest of the hill, out of sight, the Sultan held the real army, his armoured Sipahi cavalry, his own household troops, and, off on the flank, the Serbian heavy horse of Stefan Lazarevich, Christian knights in Western-style plate whose prince, whatever his private feelings, owed Bayezid vassalage and a sister, and would pay both in full before the day ended. The whole arrangement was an invitation with a hidden bill. Everything an attacker could see looked beatable. Everything that would kill him was behind the hill. The campaign's first test, if you can call it that, came at Vidin, a Bulgarian city on the river whose ruler, a client Tsar named Sratsimir, held it for the Sultan in name and for himself in practice, and who solved the problem of an approaching crusade by opening his gates. The small Ottoman garrison inside was put to death. The city changed masters without a battle, and the great host celebrated the walkover in a style that says everything about its priorities, with a mass ceremony of knighthood in which the Count of Nevers and his companions dubbed some 300 new knights on the spot. Spurs won at a city that had surrendered before the army finished arriving. The veterans in the column understood perfectly well what it meant when the highest honor of their profession was being handed out for attendance, and the new knights, having gotten their rank without a fight, would be looking for a fight to justify it, and the next town down the river would supply the occasion. Boredom, cheap honor, and a fleet loaded with wine make a dangerous mixture, and the column pushed on toward Rahova, carrying all three. The French took the invitation at a gallop. Sometime in the morning of the 25th of September, without waiting for Sigismund's army to finish deploying behind them, the Franco-Burgundian cavalry, the entire noble strength of the crusade, somewhere in the range of a few thousand knights and squires with their mounted men, charged. The Akinji screen did its job and evaporated, stinging as it went, and the knights, killing lightly armed men easily and feeling exactly the contempt they had been invited to feel, swept up the slope in full career and into the stakes. The accounts from both sides preserve what that collision was. Horses at the gallop cannot stop in a body, and the front ranks drove onto the points, and the field became a screaming tangle of impaled and thrashing animals. Chests and bellies opened on the stakes. Riders launched over their horses' heads in 80 pounds of armor into the stake rows, or under the hooves of the ranks behind, and into that heaving pile the Ottoman archers behind the stakes poured massed arrows at close range, aiming, as steppe archery always aimed, at the horses first. It should have ended the charge. It says something real about those men, in the middle of all their vanity, that it did not. The knights who could, dismounted, and in full plate, on foot, uphill, in the September heat, they hacked and wrenched the stakes out of the way, opened lanes through their own dying horses, and came on, and they hit the Ottoman infantry line, 10,000 or more trained foot, and broke it. Broke it badly by both traditions, cut through the archers and the Azab infantry with the sheer close-quarters power of men bred to nothing else from age 7 killed by the 1,000, and drove the survivors back up over the crest of the hill, and stood at last on the top, blown, bleeding, roasting in their steel, scattered out of all formation, believing, most of them, that they had just won the Battle of Nicopolis. Some of the older men knew better and said so, urging a halt, reforming, waiting for the Hungarians. They were on the crest itself when the other side of the hill answered the question for everyone. Over the rise, in formation, fresh, came the Sipahis and the Sultan's corps, the actual Ottoman army, which had not yet fought at all, and the sound the sources put in the mouths of the French veterans at that sight is a single, flat sentence to the effect that they were dead men. What followed on the hilltop was the destruction, in detail, of the finest heavy fighting force in Europe by exhaustion as much as by numbers. Knights who had charged, dismounted, cleared stakes, and destroyed an infantry corps, all uphill, in armour, in heat, now fought fresh armoured cavalry hand to hand on foot, ringed and pressed from all sides, and they did it, by the Ottoman accounts as much as the French ones, with a courage that frightened the winners. Jean de Vienne, the old admiral of France in his 50s, held the great banner of Our Lady, and the accounts say that 6 times the banner went down in the crush, and 6 times he raised it, until he was killed still holding it, and his body was found afterward with the staff gripped in his dead hand, ringed by the men who had died around him. Philip of Artois, the constable whose pride had set the shape of the day, was beaten down and captured. Boucicaut carved a circle around himself until he was taken. Coucy, the best of them all, fought until he was buried under numbers and taken. And John of Nevers, 24, the figurehead the whole gorgeous, doomed enterprise existed to glorify, was surrounded by his household, who threw themselves bodily over and around him, dying in layers, until the survivors gestured surrender on his behalf, and the heir of Burgundy was pulled alive out of a mound of his own dead servants. Down the hill, the disaster ran backward into the Allies, with a cruelty that was almost mechanical. Thousands of riderless French horses, maddened, bleeding, streaming back down the slope, stampeded through and past the Hungarian army as it advanced. And to the Wallachian and Transylvanian contingents, watching that avalanche of empty saddles, the message could not have been plainer. The vanguard was destroyed, and their princes, who had quarrels of their own with Sigismund, and no appetite for dying to cover his retreat, turned their columns around and marched off the field. Sigismund himself, with the Hungarian centre, the German crusaders and the Knights of St. John, did not turn around. He advanced into the wreck of the battle, met the Ottoman infantry and cavalry that had reformed on the lower slope, and by several accounts came heartbreakingly close to turning the day even then. His knights and foot grinding the tired Ottoman line backward, at one point reaching and engaging the Janissaries around the Sultan's own position, close enough that Bayezid's officers were alarmed. The decision came from the flank and from Christians. Stefan Lazarevich brought his Serbian heavy cavalry, 5,000 of them by the traditional count, in a massed charge into the Hungarian flank, went through it, and cut down the royal banner of Hungary itself, and with the banner's fall, Sigismund's army broke. The king's officers physically hauled him off the field to the Danube bank, got him aboard a fishing boat, and rowed him out to the Venetian and Hospitaller galleys standing off the shore, and from the deck of his escape Sigismund watched his crusade die on the bank, and his verdict, recorded by his companion the Grand Master of Rhodes, has become the epitaph of the whole affair, that the day was lost by the pride and vanity of the French, and had they only believed him, the enemy would have been beaten. The riverbank he sailed away from turned into its own massacre, and the sources dwell on it with a horror all its own. Thousands of fugitives came down the bluffs to a river nearly a mile wide with a handful of vessels on it, and the boats that put out were mobbed, swamped, and capsized by drowning men. And the crews and the soldiers already aboard began hacking at the hands gripping the gunwales, cutting fingers and wrists away with swords and axes to keep from being pulled under, so that men in the water were mutilated by their own comrades before the river finished them, and armoured men who leapt from the bank sank standing up. Some accounts say more died in the Danube than under Turkish blades. And for the thousands left on the wrong bank when the last boat stood off, or who swam and somehow lived, the ordeal turned into a march that killed by other means, since the road home ran through Wallachia and the Carpathian passes in the coming winter, and the local population, Christian, stripped the fugitives of everything, armour, coin, cloth, down to their shirts, and passed them. And the chronicles describe great lords of France and Germany walking barefoot and naked through frost, begging bread at hut doors, dying in ditches of hunger and exposure in ones and twos along hundreds of miles. Count Rupert of Bavaria, one of the few who made it the whole way, reached home in beggar's rags and died within days of arriving, worn through. Sigismund, unable to cross a Balkans now swarming with victorious Ottoman troops, sailed the long way home, down the Danube, through the Black Sea, past Constantinople, around the whole of Greece, and up the Adriatic, a king circumnavigating the wreckage of his own crusade, and he did not set foot in his kingdom again until months had passed. Sigismund's own road home was a humiliation stretched across half a year, and the shape of it shows how completely the door had slammed. The King of Hungary could not simply ride home from a battlefield inside what had been, weeks earlier, his own sphere, since the countryside behind him now belonged to the pursuit. And so he went home the long way around the entire Ottoman world, down river to the Black Sea, then by ship to Constantinople, the starving city his crusade had been meant to save, where he was received as the living proof of its doom, and then out through the straits and around Greece, to Rhodes with the Knights of St. John, and up the whole length of the Adriatic through the winter storms, to make landfall at last in Dalmatia, and re-enter his kingdom in January 1397, from the direction nobody expects a king to come from, the sea. He arrived to find that months of silence had done their work, that portions of his nobility, concluding their absent king was dead or finished, had been treating with rivals for his crown, and he spent the following years fighting for his own throne with the same stubbornness that had nearly turned the battle, executing and imprisoning his way back to mastery. He would go on, in one of the longer second acts in medieval history, to become King of Bohemia, Holy Roman Emperor, and the convener of the Great Church Council at Constance that ended the schism, an old man presiding over Christendom's repair job decades after leading its most catastrophic failure, and the men around him noted that he never stopped talking about Nicopolis, the battle he had planned correctly and lost anyway, the one argument he had ever conclusively won with the French, at a price that made winning it worthless. The Battle of Nicopolis was over by the afternoon of the 25th. The thing Nicopolis is actually remembered for happened the next morning, and the way in is through Bayezid's eyes that evening. The sources, including the hostile ones, agree on what he found there and how he took it. The Sultan rode the ground his victory had cost, and the cost staggered him. His expendable screen had done its job by dying as planned, and then the French had wrecked his trained infantry corps wholesale on the way up the hill, and the chronicle tradition on both sides describes Bayezid finding his own dead outnumbering the Christian dead by multiples, 30,000 by the wild accounts, and weeping or raging over them, and swearing that the blood would not go unanswered. And then, in the Crusader camp his men were stripping, he found the other thing. The Rahova hostages, the bound Christian and Muslim civilians his enemies had taken from a surrendered town, lying massacred in their ropes where the Crusaders had cut them down in the panic 2 nights before. Whatever fury the casualty count had lit, that discovery gave it a shape and, crucially, a justification that even his enemies would have to write down. The laws of war, as everyone on that field understood them, made prisoners property, valuable, protected by custom. The crusade had butchered its own. Through the night, the Ottoman soldiers gathered the prisoners of the battle, thousands of them, the estimates running from 3,000 to 10,000, and at dawn on the 26th of September, the survivors of the finest army in Christendom were assembled before the Sultan's position, and the sorting began. Bayezid's officers moved through the mass with a Frenchman beside them, and fate had planted that man there with terrible precision. Jacques de Helly was a knight from Artois who, in the wandering way of professional soldiers, had once served the Ottoman court under Bayezid's father and spoke Turkish. And he was pulled out of the prisoner lines to do the one job nobody could envy, walking the ranks of his stripped and bound countrymen, identifying, for the Sultan, which of them were worth money. The great lords were culled out to live, John of Never first, and around him the handful whose names rang even in Anatolia: Coucy, Philip of Artois, Boucicaut, Guy de la Trémoille, the Count of La Marche, somewhere between 12 and 25 men set aside for ransom, the walking treasury of the expedition. Everybody else went into the other line. One rescue inside the sorting became famous, and the gesture at the center of it is so small and strange that I believe it. Marshal Boucicaut, the perfect knight, had not been recognized, or his value not credited, and he was standing in the death line. John of Never, 24 years old, a prisoner himself, saw it, and having no Turkish and no interpreter of his own, he caught the Sultan's attention and pressed his 2 thumbs together. Some accounts say interlaced his fingers, a mime of 2 things bound as one, telling Bayezid in the only language available that this man and he were as brothers, and that whatever price bought one would buy both. Bayezid took the meaning and moved Boucicaut to the ransom group, and so the future Marshal of France, the man who would go on to be captured all over again at Agincourt 19 years later, was purchased out of a beheading by a hand signal. Nobody performed the gesture for the men standing next to him. Then it started. The accounts of that morning are unsparing, and softening them would insult the people who lived it. So here they are. The prisoners had been stripped to their shirts or stripped naked, their hands bound, and they were roped together in small groups, 3s and 4s on a cord, and the groups were pulled, one after another, out of the mass, and marched the short distance to where the Sultan sat with his court to watch. And there the executioners were waiting, and they worked with swords and, some accounts say, clubs and axes as blades dulled, and they beheaded and hacked the prisoners to death group by cord-tied group, in front of the men whose turn was coming. It began in the early morning. It was still going at midday. The accounts carry it to mid-afternoon, some to the hour of vespers, hour after hour of the same short walk, the same wet sound, the piles of bodies and heads growing until eyewitnesses described mounds. The ground before the Sultan's seat turned to red mud, and the great spared lords, Nevers and Coucy and the rest, were made to stand beside Bayezid and watch all of it, every group, every hour, men they had commanded and dined with and quarrelled with going down the line in front of them, while they stood in their shirts, unable to do anything but be seen surviving it. Several of the sources say that Bayezid's own senior officers and clerics, sickened as the hours went on, began pleading with him to stop, arguing the waste, arguing God's displeasure at the slaughter of the helpless, and that in the end, sated or persuaded or simply finished, he called it off and ordered the remainder kept as slaves. How many died in those hours depends on which witness you trust, and they were all guessing through horror. Froissart, far away in France assembling testimony, put it around 300. The monk of Saint-Denis, the semi-official French chronicler, wrote 3,000, and a witness standing in the ropes that morning wrote 10,000, and it is time to introduce him properly, since from here to the end of this story he is our eyes. Johann Schiltberger was a squire from a minor Bavarian noble family who had ridden east in the retinue of a lord named Leinhard Rickartinger, and at Nicopolis he was around 16 years old. His lord was killed in the battle. Schiltberger was wounded and captured, and on the morning of the 26th, he was in the lines with everyone else, bound, waiting, watching the cords of men ahead of him walk forward and die, close enough that decades later he could describe the mechanics of it exactly, and his own turn came, and the reason you are hearing his name at all is a single administrative mercy. Bayezid had ordered that the boys be kept, and Schiltberger records it in one plain clause, that none under 20 years of age were killed. He was pulled out of the death line for being 16. The men roped ahead of him were not pulled out of anything, and when the killing stopped, the spared boys and young men, 300 of them by his count, were roped again and marched on foot the 350-odd miles south to Gallipoli and on toward Bursa, driven like the livestock they now legally were, and Schiltberger, 16, wounded, walked out of the story of the Crusade of Nicopolis and into a different story entirely, 31 years long, and we will follow him out of it at the end, because how he comes home is the closest thing this whole episode has to mercy. The news, meanwhile, had to reach France, and the way it travelled is its own small epic. Bayezid freed exactly one man for the purpose, and it was Jacques de Helly again, the Turkish-speaking knight, released on his sworn oath to carry the Sultan's terms to Paris and return to captivity. And Helly rode across the width of a continent through the autumn and winter and reached Paris around Christmas of 1396, where rumour from Venetian merchants had already arrived ahead of him, wild and unconfirmed, and the court had forbidden anyone to repeat it on pain of drowning, a detail that sets the mood well enough. Helly knelt before the mad king and the dukes and confirmed everything. The army destroyed and the best of the nobility dead or held, with the price of the living yet to be negotiated. And on the 9th of January, the kingdom gave way to it, a day of mourning across Paris that the chroniclers describe as unlike anything in living memory. The city given over to weeping and every church tolling. Helly, his message delivered, gathered letters and gifts, turned around, and rode all the way back to Turkey to surrender himself, keeping an oath sworn to the man who had beheaded his friends. And even the Sultan is said to have marked the keeping of it. The ransom negotiation that followed ran for a year and a half and reveals, in its way, as much about the two worlds as the battle did. Philip the Bold of Burgundy, the richest prince in Christendom, set about buying back his son with the entire machinery of European finance and diplomacy, and the channel ran through merchants, the Genoese of Pera, the trading colony across the Golden Horn from Constantinople, and the Gattilusio lords of Lesbos, Italian dynasts married into half the courts of the East, men who could move money and letters across the religious frontier that armies could not cross. While the bankers worked, the gifts flowed east, and the inventory of what a French duke thought would please a Turkish sultan has survived in the accounts, and it is wonderful and strange. 12 white gerfalcons from Norway, the most prestigious hunting birds a prince could send, hawking gauntlets and fine linen of Reims, and tapestries of Arras woven with the history of Alexander the Great, a conqueror both civilizations claimed as their own. Bayezid, a passionate falconer, was reportedly delighted, and the tone of the captivity shifted with the gifts. The great prisoners, held first in hard conditions at Bursa and Mihalik, were brought to court, and the Sultan, we are told, took a connoisseur's interest in his catch, hunting with John of Nevers, showing him the splendour of his establishment, conversing through interpreters, one predator sizing up the young of another species. The price, when it was finally fixed, was 200,000 gold florins, a sum that has been reasonably compared to the annual revenue of a kingdom, and Burgundy raised it with loans from Italian bankers and a grinding special taxation of Flanders, whose towns were still complaining about it years later. Not everyone lived to be bought. The captivity, for all its hawking parties, was killing the older men, and the two deaths that landed hardest came in the first half of 1397. Enguerrand de Coucy, the greatest knight in France, the man who had argued against every decision that put him there, sickened at Bursa through the winter, dictated his will in February, a document that still exists, providing for his daughters, his debts, his servants, and his soul with the same orderliness he had brought to 30 years of campaigns, and died in captivity on the 18th of February. And his countrymen, when the news came, wrote about it as the extinguishing of the best of them, the one commander whose advice, taken, would have saved the army that ignored it. His bones and heart came home eventually in a chest. Philip of Artois, Count of Eu, Constable of France, the man whose pride had done the most to dig the army's grave, followed him in June, dying at Mihalich on the 15th. And if the moralists of the age noticed that the author of the disaster outlived his victims by only 9 months and died in the captivity his own vanity had built, they were, for once, mostly too grieved to say it out loud. The survivors were released at Bursa on the 24th of June 1397, once the first installment was secured and hostages for the rest were arranged, and they travelled home slowly by Constantinople, Lesbos and Venice, part convalescents, part celebrities, borrowing money at every stop. And John of Nevers made his formal return to Burgundy in February 1398, to a hero's welcome that must have sat strangely on a man who had watched what he had watched. The disaster, in the alchemy of chivalric culture, had transmuted into glamour. He had charged, he had been overwhelmed. He had survived the Sultan's sword and the Sultan's court, and the survivors of Nicopolis wore the name of the catastrophe like a decoration, and Nevers came home carrying the nickname the whole thing bought him, John the Fearless. History being a long game, I will note in passing that Fearless John spent the rest of his life applying at home the lesson Nicopolis taught him about the value of audacity over scruple, had his cousin the Duke of Orléans assassinated in a Paris street, plunged France into civil war, and was himself hacked to death at a parley on a bridge in 1419, his skull kept afterward at Dijon, where a monk supposedly showed it to a visiting king with the remark that through that hole the English had entered France. The boy of Nicopolis grew into the man of Montereau. Bulgaria was, perhaps, where the growing started. And the summer held a final release. When Bayezid freed the Count of Nevers, the sources give him a parting speech, delivered through interpreters, and even allowing for Froissart's polish, its substance is well attested, and its arrogance is magnificent. The Sultan declined to make his prisoner swear an oath never to bear arms against him. He said, in effect, the opposite, that Nevers should go home, gather all the power of Christendom if he liked, and come back, since nothing would please the Sultan more than another such day, being born, as he was, to conquer the world. He was inviting a rematch, publicly, as a courtesy. Keep that speech in mind. The world had a rematch in store for Bayezid, and nobody in it was French. The larger consequences of Nicopolis rolled out across decades. The catastrophe killed the crusading enterprise as a serious military project. The last great international crusade of the Middle Ages had marched east in green satin and come home in a coffin of debts, and no comparable host would ever assemble again. Constantinople, whose rescue had been the point, was left to strangle inside Bayezid's renewed blockade, its emperor reduced to touring the courts of Europe, London included, as a royal beggar, and the city's fall seemed a matter of a few years at most. What saved it, for another half-century anyway, was nothing Christian. Out of the east in 1402 came Timur, Tamerlane, the last of the great steppe world conquerors, a man beside whom even Bayezid looked provincial, and the two empires met at Ankara in July of that year in one of the enormous battles of the age. And Bayezid's army, betrayed mid-battle by the defection of his own Anatolian Turkish contingents, was destroyed, and the thunderbolt himself was run down and captured. The Sultan of the Ottomans, the man who had watched 10,000 prisoners processed in front of his chair, became a prisoner, and the accounts of his captivity split in a way you can guess. The sober contemporary reports have Timur treating him at first with courtesy, and later with increasing contempt and constraint as escape plots surfaced, carried along with the conqueror's train, watched, humiliated by the mere fact of the thing. The later and more famous tradition, embroidered across a century of retelling into the version Marlowe put on the London stage, has Bayezid hauled about in an iron cage, displayed like an animal, used as a footstool for the conqueror to mount his horse, his empress waiting at table until he beat his own life out against the bars. Historians treat the cage as legend grown from a barred litter, and the humiliations as elaborated, and the fixed points beneath the embroidery are plain enough, that Bayezid died in Timur's hands in March 1403, 8 months a captive, of illness, of despair, or by his own act, depending on the account, and that every court in Europe that had wept over Nicopolis received the news of exactly how the author of that morning had ended, and drew, at whatever length suited them, the obvious moral. That leaves the boy from the ropes, and I promised we would walk him home. Johann Schiltberger's 3 decades in captivity turned him, entirely against his will, into one of the great travellers of the Middle Ages, and his little book, dictated or written after his return, plain and unliterary, and packed with things no European had described before, lets us follow almost every step. He spent his first years as a runner, a footman in the Sultan's establishment. And the job was exactly what it sounds like, running before Bayezid's horse wherever the Sultan rode, in the heat on campaigns, for 6 years. A Bavarian noble boy trotting in the dust of a Turkish emperor's stirrups. He tried to escape once with a group of other captives, and was ridden down and recaptured, and by his own laconic account survived that where others did not, and in time he was trusted with a horse and rode in the Sultan's train. And so it happened that in July 1402, at Ankara, Johann Schiltberger of Bavaria was present at his second apocalyptic battle before the age of 25, this time on the Ottoman side, watching the army that had destroyed his own be destroyed in turn. And when Bayezid went into captivity, his household went as spoils, and Schiltberger changed hands, a prize passing from the wrecked empire to the victorious one, and became the property of Timur. Behind that official day of grief lay 3 months of private torture that the records let us reconstruct. Between the first Venetian rumours in the autumn and Heli's arrival at Christmas, France knew only that something terrible had happened and not to whom. No list existed. Families of the thousands who had ridden east sent agents and letters toward Venice chasing any scrap, paid merchants and travellers for news, and got back contradictions. And into that market of desperation moved exactly the people you would expect. And the chronicle tradition describes charlatans working Paris that winter, men claiming secret knowledge of the prisoners, taking money from mothers and wives for word of sons and husbands who were in fact already headless in a Bulgarian field. Wives of the missing occupied a formal limbo, unable to mourn, unable to remarry, suspended between conditions, and the great houses said masses that carefully named no one. Fathers paid for requiems over sons who were alive in Anatolia, and at least one great lady, assured on good authority that her husband was dead, remarried before the correction arrived, leaving the church courts to untangle the result. For months the missing hovered in 3 conditions at once: dead, enslaved, or lying under a hill in Bulgaria, and a family could do nothing but fund masses against all 3. When Heli finally knelt before the court and the short list of the ransomable was known, the rest of it settled over the country, since every name absent from that list was a corpse, and January's public mourning was, for most of the bereaved, simply permission, months delayed, to begin. With Timur, he saw more of the earth than any crusader had dreamed of, the roads to Samarkand, the cities of Persia, and after the old conqueror died in 1405, Schiltberger was passed down through the wreckage of his house like an heirloom, serving one Timurid prince after another, and then a Tatar lord named Chekra, with whom he rode into the Golden Horde and beyond, into Siberia, of which he left the first eyewitness description any Western European ever wrote: dog sleds and months of snow, a Bavarian squire from the Nicopolis death line taking notes at the edge of the known world. He was in Egypt, in the Caucasus, in Armenia. He counted over the years the customs of the peoples who owned him, their foods, their wars, their faiths, and one of the quiet wonders of his book is how little hatred is in it, the observations of a man who had every reason to curse the entire East, and instead wrote down how they made their cheese. He remained, through everything and by his own insistence, a Christian, praying in secret where he had to for 31 years. The escape came around 1427, when he was somewhere near 50. His last master died in the Caucasus region near the Black Sea, and in the confusion Schiltberger and 4 other Christian captives ran, riding for the coast, hiding in the hills, and reached the shore, where they signalled a passing ship and were taken aboard by Christians, and carried at last to Constantinople, The city the whole disaster had set out to save all those years before, where the emperor himself, hearing the story, sheltered the escaped slaves and then sent them up the Black Sea toward home. Schiltberger walked and rode the last 1,000 miles across Moldavia and Poland and the German lands, and came home to Bavaria in his early 50s, having left it at 15, and found, one supposes, his family's generation dead or old, his own name a strange story half remembered, and the Duke of Bavaria, Albert III, took the returned wonder into his household as a chamberlain, a respectable end, a warm room, a salary. And he told his story, and somebody wrote it down, and the little book travelled, copied and eventually printed, so that of everything the great crusade of Nicopolis set out to win, the sum of its lasting conquests amounts to this, an honest account of the world, written by a boy it failed, who was spared at 16 for being too young to be worth killing, and who stood on the cord that morning in September 1396, between men whose names he never learned, and watched them walk forward ahead of him, 3 and 4 at a time, and lived 50 more years, and never wrote a bitter word about anyone. Raising the 200,000 florins was a project in itself, and the paper trail of it survives in the Burgundian accounts. Buying back the heir of Burgundy took the combined credit of European high finance. The Duke's council worked through a Lucchese merchant banker long in Burgundian service, Dino Rapondi, who structured the payments and stood behind them with his firm's credit across the trading world, and the money itself was wrung out of the Duke's dominions the way such money always was. Extraordinary taxes voted by the towns of Flanders and Burgundy under polite duress, forced gifts, loans against future revenue, ducal plate and jewels pledged or melted, a sum on the order of a princely house's whole yearly revenue converted into gold and moved east through Italian hands. Nevers, released on parole in June 1397 once the sureties were sworn, then compounded the family's debts in a way that sums up the lesson chivalry took from all this, borrowing further enormous sums so that he could depart from captivity magnificently, distributing rich parting gifts to the Sultan's court and travelling home through Venice in the style his rank demanded, the prisoner tipping his executioner's master on the way out the door. Philip the Bold's subjects would be paying for the crusade one way and another for years. That is where I want to leave it, with the old man in Bavaria remembering the cord, rather than with any of the kings. 5 fields, and if you have stayed with me through all of them, thank you sincerely. This was a heavy one to research, and surely a heavy one to sit through. Tell me in the comments which of these 5 deserves its own full-length episode, since honestly, every one of them could carry it. Enormous thanks, one more time, to the Patreon supporters and the YouTube members who make these deep dives possible at all. And if you want to join them, the links to support the channel are down in the description and in the pinned comment. Go easy tonight, put on something gentle after this, and I will see you in the next one.